We put so many points into it. Oh my god, 11,000. Oh, bit rate. Oh, it's back. Okay. Hello, Nashroid. I'm very tired. Incinna monsters. So the plan here today. Plan here today. Do absolutely one run. All objectives. It goes perfectly. Nothing goes wrong. We do one run of Saint. It goes perfectly. Nothing goes wrong. And we go immediately to bed. I think it's foolproof. But do we start with Saint or do we start with all objectives? Did the lizard hit the corner there? Only you can know the answer to that. Practicing the less powerful run would be better for GDQ stuff? No. Because we gotta submit. I want to submit tomorrow. We have till Tuesday to submit the runs that I'm going to offer. If they want Saint for no discernible reason, then we're running Saint. What fourth run are we going to do otherwise? I have a really good run that I just recorded for the expedition. Very happy with it. Even though it was a little awkward. Just how I worded things. The run actually went fine. I died in a weird spot at one point. Hello, Crab Nicholson. Hello. What have you been up to recently? Have you been playing Downpour since you beat it too much? Challenges time. Hello, Locklandias. I shouldn't stay up too late tonight. I think at this point I just need to immediately go into doing the run, like right now. Because we don't have a lot of time. All objectives is the only one we don't have a good video for. But I don't like the video for any of them, really. They're gonna think the Riv one isn't that good. I know it. Maybe we do Hunter and Riv. The Riv and the Saint one aren't that good, though. I guess that's my problem. I want to see if our submissions. The only one I'm okay with is the expedition one I did this morning. I have a video for Saint, and I have one for Riv. I don't have one at all for Hunter All Objectives. Actually, wait, no, yeah, I do. It just took an hour 20. So all three of them are not good, in my opinion. And I really, really want to do Riv. That's the one I want to get accepted. It's still up to them. I'm going to offer the 4, regardless. This expedition we ended up doing, I did the guiding light one of all of them. Only bad part about it is that... Where's the thing? There it is. No, it's not. The audio's still playing for me. It's never ending. There we go. Hello now, ferret. Hello. Hello. I did guiding light. The only bad part I feel about it is that... What's the best way to put it? Well, it's the blind burden. So it's full dark. Doesn't look good. Otherwise, the run is good. I love the route. And the only perk I used was the neuron glow. Two and one of the least visibly the best choice. Well, all of the other routes are garbage. Every single one. Actually, let's look at them together right now. Look at that. Look at that scene we're looking at right now. Yes. All right. Whoa. Actually, look at these. Real quick. Bird watching. You spawn in Chimney. You kill 4 birds. You go to the White Lizard unlock location. Great. Guiding light. You go from Pebbles to Moon. Cool. Passages. Passages and opposite ends of the earth where we start in the middle between those areas. Kill things that take less than 10 minutes. Also kill things, but we're near barely anything. Store absolutely random whatever. I don't even know how this run would go because we completely cheesed it. And no. No. Not doing that one. I'm not. It's not because it's bad. It's because I'd rather just do the story run. I'd rather just do the story run. I mean, this is not a run you would show someone that's never seen this game before. It seems like it could be fun though. Something to lighten up the screen for viewers? Yes, but it drains all the color from everything is the problem that I have. We still have the ability of we see nighttime spawns, which is a spider and 3 teal lizards on the wall, but still. New things. This one could be interesting, but I have no idea what the route would look like. And I'm not interested in routing that in 2 days. So this one's the only interesting one. You get to see everything at nighttime. Shaded is actually brighter than usual. Yeah. But with a gun. The storage one would be interesting with the crafting perk. I wanted to not use perks too much. Because I feel like I just have every power in the world and it just is too much at a point. If that makes sense. We need to show the game as it is. I want to run Riv. I don't know if I submit my personal best or if I submit that video I recorded personally. Alright. Stop thinking about it. We'll just do the run. Get under 120. We'll submit it. And everything will be great. What did we get for Saint again? We probably got around an hour for both. I think I'd do Riv again. I want to do Saint again, but I think it would be better if I didn't stream that. Because I don't like streaming Saint as much, because I want no one to watch it. Because there's a lot of people that probably shouldn't watch it. There's a child there. We can't use that save. That's not very how Reno's supposed to be. Yeah, I don't want to give people the wrong impression, which is why I wanted to do Guiding Light with only the light, the glowing perk. Hello, Daybreaker and Topaz. Yeah, hour 20. We can do an hour. 100%. We can do hour 10. Because I want my estimate to be hour 20. So we got to be under that by like 10 minutes. So that's why I'm not happy about it. Alright, let's not start it like that because I need to have an actual intro. I'm going to cut this up per video. Water. Yes. Alright, hello. My name is Ice37, and this is my run of Hunter all objectives in Rain World Downpour. Downpour being the Rain World DLC that has recently come out. Hard mode being a Hunter being a hard mode, where it's essentially a roguelike where we have a certain amount of cycles to do things. We're also streaming, so we have anvils falling from the sky. But record video and stream at the same time. Surely it will go well. And why don't we just go into it and do the things. All objectives, as we go into it one piece at a time, is we have to do 3 specific things. We have to give the item we start with to one character, and then give it to another character, and then we have to finish the game as we normally would. And this green neuron we have in our hands is that item. And the 2 NPCs that we're going to be seeing are giant supercomputers, as they are. We'll deal with that later. Essentially right now, Hunter is a faster and stronger version of the normal Slugcat character that we play as. Hello, Lord MB. We're recording things. For some reason, my virtual controller wasn't on there. I just turned it on, so that's fine. How's it going? Good. I'm trying to record a video at the same time, so that's why I'm going to say things. One other thing about Hunter is that we can put a spear on our back, which will be very useful for certain situations, just where we need to carry multiple spears. I'm going to just carry this green neuron with us as we get to the first gate of the run. Currently, we've started in Farm Arrays, which is not the normal location we'd start in, and we're trying to get into Sky Islands. Also, Hunter is a base game character. This guy's a little concerning. However, we are playing with the Downpour DLC enabled. Not too much is going to be different, but a lot of quality of life changes and a few other interesting things will show up, and I'll point them out as relevant. This was one of the best runs of the base game. It only makes it more interesting now that there's a bunch of all small changes now with the DLC. Doing a fast pole climb here. I'm not the best at it, but I can do the base idea. So yes, how has been underscore running A and B? I have a feeling you're kind of in my boat where it just suddenly exists right now, but we haven't really done anything. Whoa. And we're going through a gate. You need a certain amount of karma to go through it. We start with 3, and then this loads another area. Accidentally did a wall pounce there. We'll talk about movement a little bit though. And then karma, we'll talk about when we save here. Right now we are in Farmerays, and we're trying to get an echo. Thank you, Mumika, for the shout-out. Shouted me out on their channel. Why do I see these things? Alright. Hopefully my alerts are working again. They weren't working yesterday. I think I fixed it, but I wouldn't be able to tell. The centipede there hopefully won't be too much of a bother. He wasn't. Very nice. Those guys don't actually aggro unless you're in the room with them for a while. Right now we're just climbing up Sky Islands. Also, when it comes to this game, every creature on a base level, just you considering it, is a one-hit kill, sending us back to the last point we've saved, which right now we haven't saved yet. It's going to be a little while till we can. There's very little threats outside of the world actually killing us. This guy, though, I need some food. You would do nicely. As Hunter, we eat meat, so eating other actual characters is our deal. Also means that very few places we would actually have problems with eating. Common creature that we'll run into is a lizard. These are orange lizards here. Ooh, messed that up. Fortunate. Score running sounds both terrible and interesting at the same time. Yes. Right. We're going to be approaching our first save of the game. We're also going to... Well, actually, we're not going to perform a certain glitch because we've always traditionally done this category as glitchless. However, because this is new on the DLC leaderboards, we may not care about that as much. Right now, I'm putting the neuron in my stomach. I might have not did that in time. Which I did not, but we'll worry about that in a second. Basically, you can store items in your stomach. I'm supposed to starve here. You can store one item in your stomach, and we want this green neuron on the stomach so it's easier to carry. And then right now, we're going to starve. We need to be at our maximum karma right now, which is karma 5. We're at karma 4 right now. Every time you save the game, you go up in karma. Every time you die, you go down in karma. And then you want a certain amount of food to rest. We need our 6 food. Where's 5 food? I always forget the number. Decent bit of food to actually be able to rest properly as this character. And then we have 3 stored for later. But if we try to sleep with less amounts of food, we can still make it to the next cycle without having to actually eat the full amount of food. But it does not save the game and gives us some other significant drawbacks, which is our starving state, which makes us much slower. But all we need to do is get over here with our 5 karma. Now that starving has given us that extra little bit to actually get down here without having us go out of our way to actually eat more. We get a 1 line of dialogue from this echo, and then it'll send us along. Puts us back to the last point we saved. It gives us our boost to our maximum karma. We need 4 boosts to our maximum karma. I'm going to put the neuron in our stomach now. One little visual thing added. Now that you put things in our stomach that glow, actually have a small green glow coming from me. Very cool. Basic game function of Rain World. There's a rare pole plant spawn there. If you grab that pole, it kills you. Another one there, too. Interesting. Sorry, I'm just seeing a lot of things that are happening. But basic way this game works is that after a certain amount of time... That was unfortunate. That was also unfortunate. But it doesn't matter. We try to rush that part simply because we are right next to where we saved anyway. Oh no. Nano help. Oh, that's... Now it's slightly bad. But it should be fine. We don't want to die again. If we can help it. So scavengers can spawn anywhere. They're basically like... I can destroy him now. Yes. Destroy the bot. Ooh. Scavengers are like monkeys. They can do everything that you can do, which is why they're so scary. Basic way the game works is that after a certain amount of time, the rain will come and it will kill anything that's outside of a shelter. And so we need to eat enough food to actually be able to save a specific shelter. Shelters are only so many places. And that's the basic loop of the game, and then just to keep going and explore. But for Hunter, of course, we have very specific objectives for what we need to do. We're not just randomly walking around. We need to do this jump correctly, because it's a very scary jump. Like to throw things. If you throw things in air, it sends you along a little bit farther. There's a white lizard there. That guy could be particularly annoying. We're gonna move these out of the way while I eat him. Gonna get this spear back real quick. Hello, Alex. And then talk about movement. Basic movement is that you can do a slide, jump out of a slide with a pounce, and then go into a roll because of the specific state that puts you in. You do roll in a few different methods. Ooh, that guy was a little annoying. And then you can also add items to the mix on that. Or if you throw them, it sends you a bit farther, or you can throw them backwards instead of jumping out of the slide when during a slide. I'd rather have a spear right now, but sometimes you need to sacrifice stuff for movement. Additionally, we use keyboard, or at least I'm using keyboard, that is using virtual controller to pretend that it's, I'll take this spear off here, pretend that it's a controller, so that you can press a specific button that we've set to be a certain analog input down on a joystick, so that we can have the access to do two very different roles to each other. Some can be used in very particular locations. We'll use one in just a second after this gate fully opens. Has propaganda gone too far? Yes. Not everyone uses keyboard. I wouldn't say keyboard's what you should use by any means. Just it does make a lot of things easier to press one direction and then the other immediately. Alright, made it here. Not too much of a problem. It's not bad that we've died right immediately where we were twice, because we just need to be at this karma level that we're currently at. Hello, Will. Never seen a speedrun on this game. Weren't you in the previous stream, though? You will see more speedruns. Even more. So, when it comes to echoes, when it comes to this character, specifically Hunter, they will just always be there in their specified location, when for other characters, they're not always there, and you need to go to their location, prime them essentially. They'll do a little flash telling you that you've activated them, and then come back when you're at really high karma. In our case, we just need to be at that really high karma, which is either at our current maximum karma, or really close to it.
They're here. This is bad.
Thank you for the follow, Will. And my alerts started working again. Very cool. Alright. We'll talk about what echoes are as we can a bit later, but each one of these that we see are going to increase our maximum level of karma, and we need to get it to our absolute maximum, which is why we need to get it increased our full 4 times. Next, we're going to be seeing the first NPC we need to bring this neuron in our stomach to. And he will also give us a karma boost. He'll also give us 5 extra cycles, because we normally start with 20 cycles to do everything. Howdy cycle, or should I say a... Low Rick. It also gives us 5 extra cycles on top of our 20. Yeah, that won't matter too much for the run. Because we'll complete this far before the base 20 will affect anything. Alright, that's a little scary when you get stuck upside down like that. Sometimes it can flip you off. No vultures showed up this time. Vultures are a giant bird in the sky. That can sometimes show up. Very used to fighting those here. However, none of them showed up. That just happens. Creature spawns are consistent, but their behavior is not. Both on that each and every creature spawns with a certain amount of personality stats, depending on how they work. And their random decisions will also change what happens. Low Scaramouche. Vultures are birds in the sky, yes. There are 2 different kinds of them. One of them fires husks from their laser-guided sights that we'd rather not see. It's unfortunate that we didn't say that. We didn't see any vulture, because if we get the chance to fight one and kill one, or at least wound it enough, we can take its mask face and wear it to scare lizards, which helps quite a lot here. Hello, random fandom. Get him here on the wall. Probably will not see him. Right now we're going to be dealing with a lot of teal lizards that like to jump around, and white lizards, which are camo lizards with long tongues. Very used to dealing with this kind of situation, but this is one of the harder parts of the run. We just gotta see how this goes. Given that DLC makes the game load differently, normally we wouldn't actually be able to see this guy here, because the next room hasn't actually loaded in correctly. Those things kind of happen. Basic combat is that you hit a hard-headed lizard with a rock, it then flips around and you stab it in the back. Because Hunter has a spear in their back as well, you can throw the one in your hand and then the one in your back and hit them, and then they'll die from 2 spear hits. For the small blue lizard here, it will just die in 1. I'm gonna not deal with this guy right now. There's the king vulture. The teal lizard went in and took the bait. Listening to what's going on is very important to know where all of the creatures are. The ones above us especially. I'm not going to worry about that stick that I just stabbed him with. Once they're stabbed once, they're pretty helpless. Normally we do a skip up the right side of the wall, but I don't have a mask and I'm not willing to do that. What are the 3 red dots? The dots on the bottom right now is for any area of the game. The more threat we are in, like creatures being around us, the higher the threat theme, which is a layered song that will play. However, in this area there is no layered song. I'm messing up this jump somehow. We need to use a spear here, be able to climb up. Gotta check for white lizards going forward. There are 4 of them. There's one. I did not see him, actually. Very particular strat to just have them fall down, because they have difficulty climbing on the pole. Hello there. I threw that in the wrong order. But we got a stick here, so it doesn't matter. There was 3 of them there, and I only saw 1. Good thing it's a long distance from you, but it worked out. When a creature bites you, like a common creature like a lizard, there's a chance that you die. For each bite, it's about 33%. If you're holding something in your hands, you have a chance to react and then throw it, so you're not just held. Because you can just be in a held state and you're just stunned constantly. For the most part, it's just hoping that when you do get bitten, that you do not die instantly. Some characters don't have that trait, but we find it much better to just not get bitten at all. There's still a white lizard missing. It could be anywhere. There it is, in a very bad location, too. That's fine, though. He's just kinda in the way. Let's bring him backwards. It's really bad to see them in these pipes like this, because there's very little that you can do. If he was facing towards us, it would be bad. They're generally set to not stay here, however. But sometimes it happens when they're moving through. We just gotta deal with them when it does. Alright. There's no more threats from this point on. We're just making it to Pebbles. So, now we get to talk about the game a little bit. One, talk about movement. I find this game very, very interesting, because it's more like fighting game inputs. You need to actually really, really think about where and when you want to use things according to the terrain, the creatures, and otherwise, and you need to have the skill to actually accomplish these things. Like when it comes to path pole climbing, we'll be doing a lot of horizontal movement coming up, as well as a very particular jump. When it comes to rolls, if you jump out of the roll right at the end of your roll, you will get a much higher jump than you normally would. That allows us to hit a spear up there, which is not normally possible. You can use 2 spears by throwing one down and then that second one, well, that one I just threw there, to be able to climb up. But we don't want to do that. I wasn't able to grab the spear that I put into the wall as I put it in the wall, which was unfortunate. But we were still able to get it there. Some of this movement's a little awkward. We use the soft roll by me pressing the button to be able to do the small analog input down that do a lot of small bits of movement. Otherwise, there's just slides and then back throwing during the slides as well for movement on flat surfaces or up and down small slopes like these. So managing the items around you is very big deal. All objectives that mean dying to become a monster 2 are ascending. So we are... It's going to be the 3 things that are in brackets at the statistics screen that we are getting. So giving this neuron the pebbles, giving this neuron the moon, and then ascending. So we have our 2 echoes ascending. So now we've actually just passed by an echo just a second there on the top of the wall before we actually got to the giant flat surface. We're not going to get that because every time you get an echo, you get sent back to the last place you saved, and that one's a little awkward to where we actually want to save, because if we go from the shelter that we just passed right now, which we're going to save in a little bit because we're going to come back after meeting Pebbles. Also, here's a representation of the 5 basic karmas that we are sending and crossing ourselves out from. Won't worry about that too much. And it just wasn't faster than getting another echo that we're going to pass by anyway and save next to anyway, given how cycle timers work and how we're going to be going pretty long this next coming cycle. to the point where we have to save anyway before we actually get all the way to Looks to the Moon. Going too fast, that's fine though. Just doesn't grab the pole correctly. Alright. So Pebbles is going to rip the neuron out of her stomach because he's too impatient to let us spit it out ourselves. And then he's just going to talk to us, and we don't care at all what he has to say, really. For the most part, he's just going to say, I'm going to use a little bit of the stuff that's in here to help myself, and then I'm going to help you help Looks to the Moon, which is the other character we're going to see a bit later, who's having a much more of a rough time than Pebbles is right now, where both of them are basically giant supercomputers. This is usually the break point of the run. We can't do anything at this point. Something about ancient lore. Alright, so stuff to talk about. The crossing yourself out. Basically, respawning this game is canon, where if you die, you go down in karma. If you live and survive a cycle, you go up in karma. And everyone's stuck in cycles and the 5 basic karmas that you start with. And each time you meet an Echo, or this guy Pebbles is going to help us in a second, we get our maximum karma to go up, and we want to get to the X karma so that we can ascend from the world, essentially, and no longer get respawned, essentially, and the cycle ends, and you no longer come back. And then we go to the Void Sea and actually leave ourselves, which we will see that at the end of the run. And the big thing about these iterators is they were set here by the ancients, who are no longer around, to help ascend the entire world. And the ancients were like, well, we don't want to deal with it. You giant robots, you'll figure it out. The newsflash was that they didn't. And this guy tried to ascend himself, failed miserably, and hurt his supercomputer neighbor, which is who we're going to go see and help out. Obviously, Pebbles is still a standing building, comparative to her building, as we will see. Also, one thing to note that's different from the base game is that right now it is currently raining, but because we're so high up in the clouds and inside of the building, we don't have rain, but we do have nighttime, which we now notice with the change in palette that we are currently looking at. And I think it's a very, very interesting change. Now it makes a lot of areas look that don't have rain naturally. Alright. So now we're going to save here. We have a popcorn for next cycle. And then this next cycle is going to be one of the hardest in the run, where we're going to be going from here back into the wall, back into chimney, back down all the way to industrial, and then shaded is the idea that we're trying to get here. I'm going to put this in my stomach now so I don't forget. These iterators are ridiculously resilient constructs, yes. This is a story percent run. This is all objectives, yes. With the DLC on, which we could consider the story run. After the Echo, what do you mean? Also, going back to lore stuff, the Echoes are some of the ancients. They are the ancients that had too much of an ego to properly ascend. And so they forever exist just in their particular locations. Not underhang shaded? No. Oh. No one wants to do that. And it's, as far as everyone's aware, is much slower. Even though we go through so many more regions. Because right now, we're technically next to shaded, but if we go through all of the other regions, it's just so much faster to get the shaded. Because all we're doing is going downwards. and jumping off a cliff repeatedly in controlled fashion. It's much faster than grappling across the entirety of the bottom of Underhang, and then down the leg, and then through memory crypts, to finally make it to Shaded Citadel, which is the idea of how and where we're going in this cycle. Might be useful. Won't discount that. Chances are very low that it would be a good idea. We just need to fall. Right now, what we're doing is just we're making sure we're falling down in particular locations. Don't you need the echo? I don't care about the echo. We could get the echo. But I'm getting the shaded echo. I think that echo is slower. My spears went over there. I'm gonna go get it. This guy's a little in the way. Okay, that's fine. 3 more white lizards. I only see one. Got my spear back? Thank you. I think because we killed some earlier, they didn't respawn. Every time you kill something, there's a chance for them to respawn. There's also a chance for them to lineage into a new creature every time they respawn. It's a 50% chance, I'm pretty sure, for Hunter. It's different for every character. Every time you personally kill them. I've paid off the Singing at Stream debt, so have bread. Amazing. Don't feel like you have to put all your points into it. Just save it for bread. No water time. We're doing things. The white lizard there. 75% complete the challenge. Bread. Alright. Oh, I didn't actually mean to save here. That's fine. I wasn't thinking about it. I was thinking about bread. But also, it's probably good that we save here because the cycle was really bad. Now that I'm looking at it. And it won't affect the run by any means. Because we get all extra food here. I'm just thinking about other runs right now. Other routes, because normally we kind of save there. But that'll be helpful if we mess up here in Chimney. And food is plentiful anyway. Insert Bob Ross quote. There are no accidents. Is that the quote? I know it's not the quote. But I don't remember what the quote is. Alright. Just making our way down. Could talk about the movement for quite a while, but at the end of the day, it's just making it work that matters. But also, we have no resources because I use them all to move fast. Basic idea. Pelted by pups. Don't worry about it. There is a king vulture above us. Okay. This room can be trouble, so I'm trying to pay attention here. Okay. Everyone decided to leave as I got here. Hello? How's it going? Thank you for the spear back. Hello, white lizard. Let's wait. Bide our time. This isn't a situation I want to go forward in. They don't know. Alright. Works out. Drop wig in the ceiling? Nope. Okay, we're good. A lot of threats going down in Chimney, but at the end of the day, it goes very, very fast. So you need to know what can and can't happen. That just comes with experience and understanding the game. Like the particular location I stood there is extremely safe because no creature just paths there and nothing can really see you And if something does come to you, you can just hit it off the edge. Spear refund? No. Chimney and vultures are anonymous. Yes. But we're not in a room long enough to the point where that matters. Thank you for the... Oh, hello, Nihilism. Hello. Hello, Captain Radiator. Welcome. If you have questions about video game, please ask. This fall is annoying. That's fine. So, Vulture.
Here. This is bad.
Thank you for the follow. Bruce, the big boy. Welcome. We're recording things and doing commentary. Let's go down. Did bird watching today. I realized I could just use the echo to kill them all. I forgot. That's a way to do that. But you also start next to a grub in a decent room you can fight them in. The fastest way to do it is literally just have them come down in the first room. You can summon them with a grub and then fight them all there. There's also all of the explosive spears that you spawn next to. And the nuke perk that you could bring. Alright, we're going to be entering Shaded Citadel here. We've already blasted our way through Industrial. It's not too much of a problem. And then it's a point where there's just no creatures that show up. Scavengers was the only thing I was kind of looking out for being in the way, but I hate fighting vultures. It's more annoying that they run away. Yeah, first thing to unlock them right. You always want 2 spears. Will we use a passage? We're playing Hunter, Plasma. We can't use passages. Normally in other speedruns, we'd be able to use passages to teleport, essentially, to previous shelters we've already been to. And passages are essentially, like, rewards for your certain playstyles. Which we should have 2 right now, Nomad and probably Survivor. Just for the stuff that we've done. Also, one thing to note, this background here, the light background all the way in the back, what didn't used to be there, some base game areas got added the 4th layer, or is it 5th layer? I don't remember which one. I'm not one that makes rooms. I just play video game. I need to eat something, just remember. Like an onion. Yes. With the purple lizard down here, we can get in our way. It's going to be dark going forward. There's also going to be spiders. There's one. He's dead now. I'm going to eat him. This one's particularly a troublemaker because it's a spitter spider. It can spit at you and hit you with maggots that'll put you to sleep. Now that they've changed how everything works, you're going to see blue flash. Now that they've changed how everything works with how spiders visually look like. Okay. It can be much harder to see them than usual. The blue flash that I did there from a flashbang instantly kills all spiders in the room except for the spitter spiders. Even the semi-large ones. There's kind of... There's these... Alright. There's these really small ones that I'm trying to say that usually aren't an issue. But they can be, depending on the situation, where if they get aggroed too much, they can just pile up and kill you. We can't see anything because we don't naturally glow. So we just gotta hope we don't run into them, and then we need to react to them immediately if they have piled up around us. I don't actually know how to say the name Cirrus, but thank you for the help. I don't want to say it entirely wrong. Bunch of tiny spiders make giant centipede spider. If we go fast enough and we just react immediately, it'll work out just fine. We need to save in this shelter. This was the ultimate goal shelter. And then we need to then hit the echo in the area and we'll be brought back. It's really good that we saved there because we didn't get a good cycle timer on either time. So on the, if you see in the bottom left, there's kind of a Mercedes-Benz signal, and then for a little bit it showed a bunch of small dots around it. The small dots are 20 seconds each, and they'll count down slowly until the rain is here, and each cycle timer is random. We just have to deal with it when things happen. Do you have the roll button? Yes, I do have the roll button. So I don't know if you missed the whole thing. You now have to have a button that you need to leave immediately, and it'll give us a text box. You have to have a button that locks your keyboard so you can no longer do keyboard inputs, because keyboard will always override the controller inputs. So basically, the keyboard will now become a controller, nothing else. Alright, we put the last echo. We're at our X Karma. Does what I say make sense? I can kind of go through it with you when we get the chance. But I have to press my minus key on my numpad to turn it on and off. Also makes it so I can have either keyboard or controller inputs on command, which can be useful. But also makes it so when I tab out of the game, I have to turn it off and on constantly. This is Shaded Bridge. Looks are deceiving. Many people have died here. This is Flows, yes. The song that's playing. Very classic. We don't run into any new songs, which is unfortunate. However, there is a new change to how the music works, that being it doesn't get as interrupted as it usually would in gameplay. You have it to F4 makes me scared of Alt F4ing for no reason. Just don't have it on F4. I am many people. What did I say? Oh, the Shaded Bridge. Normie 4. Put it on the numpad. See, you have literally no reason to press it. We're in Shoreline, the second to last area of the game we're going to be in. All the way to the right is Looks to the Moon, which is the last character we need to bring this neuron to. We're only going to go in there for a second and throw the neuron. It's going to revive her because she's actually dead currently. That bridge is scary. It is. Shaded Bridge. Only, like, it's the first area that you really run into that makes you really think about platforming. Also, when it comes to this game, to explain it, game is open world. You can go to between any regions that you want to. However, there's generally a more common path that people take, given how the game leads you in certain directions with the helper character. Didn't mean to stab that guy, but that's fine. Probably will work out in our favor. There's a king vulture there. Very rare for them to show up. I'm not even going to deal with that. Unfortunate the jetfish came in here, because I'm not carrying him back out. Why are you both in here? I think they're scared of the... Scared of the king vulture. Alright, he took the dead body. I need to grab one of them, so they can carry us fast. That's actually okay. What's she doing there? You mind, like, not being underwater for no reason? Interesting. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's stop dealing with whatever that is. I haven't really seen them just, like, purposely stun themselves for being underwater. Swimming is also different from base game with the DLC. Now that you no longer naturally float up in the water, however, the snaking motion is still the fastest motion. That's unfortunate, the jellyfish shocked me. Can you let me grab you, friend? Thank you. I lost my spear, but it was worth it. I totally didn't go under straight to wall by accident. That's... I mean, I did that too. I actually went to Chimney after, and then went all the way to sub before ever finding 5 pebbles. Alright. Now there are one last little scare here, is that there are scavengers in here, and they don't like us as hunter. So we need to make sure we don't do anything stupid. However, now we're safe, now that we're up here, so... not even going to worry about it. Alright, we're ending up right next to Moon here. The eating guy speedruns, you mean Gourmand? Yes. That was the first run submitted, actually. Hasn't been approved yet, because it's hard to look over everything. Alright, and we're now good to leave. She's getting revived. We don't need to see the whole animation. It's quite a big deal that this is happening, but we're not going to worry about it, really. Is anyone really bothered with Gord? Yes. Very much yes. Alright. A lot of people saying things, I can't read everything. Lol. At this point, we are good to finish the game. It's go mode. I am going my mode. I need to eat a little bit more before we can actually save. Monk has nothing, I'm pretty sure. What does that mean? Monk has more story than Survivor, Hoborb. And you already know that. If that's what you're saying. Nobody cares to run Monk. We're running Monk for cape retrieval. Monk actually is going to matter now. Don't speak to my child that way. Monk's one of the easy mode characters. So it depends for people. Alright, we're taking our jetfish man to help us swim in these next areas. Also, I think the rain is coming. I was always going to save here anyway, but this just works out so much better. Adding a cute cameo in Rivulet ending. Why would Moon have her cape and 2 neurons? The rain is coming. Alright. Now we're going to be entering the last area of the game, Subterranean. As we've said. And it'll be us running to there, and then finishing out the run in depths. We're going to save one more time right at the beginning of Subterranean. Because Subterranean is another difficult area. Fish must be so confused, he'll deal with it. One thing about the fish is that in Subterranean, it's a lot of not water, essentially. But we can still use the fish. If we slide with him, like this, it sends us really far for some reason. So we're going to use that to our advantage, because video game is cool. This is the captain that's playing right now. Very nice song. Come on now. Let me climb up, Jetfish. I know you don't want to do this. Artie has the most submitted, yes. If you count Expedition especially, but also we have 2 people running Artie a lot, and they've submitted a lot of rooms. A lot of runs. Ooh, that's unfortunate. There's snails perfectly blockaded going through there. You notice the white dots in the bottom is my breath. It's now getting concerning. I keep getting stunned. I'm gonna die now, actually. I'm surprised I got stunned so much. That's fine, though. Isn't too much of a loss. We were really far away from all of those pops, and I don't even know why they were doing it. They all spawn in that room, which is why there's so many. Usually they spread out after a little bit, but we move really fast into their room before they can really move around. Very rare to die in that kind of fashion, because that wasn't even like a bad place. Like the waterfall wasn't helping pushing me down, but I was kind of just on the surface.
They're here. This is bad.
Hello, Kuzel. Kuzi. I don't know how to say a name with Q that doesn't have a U after it. I think that worked out. Alright. Do this again. Why don't we go over? Kind of over whatever's going on down there. The giant snail blockade. Can you tame a red lizard? Yes. You can also, as one of my friends have done, tame the red lizard that you can lineage that lives on top of Shoreline Tower. You know which tower. Nightcat has multiple. Nightcat has the only 100% run submitted, which is 12 hours. It's not, Nightcat's not a proper name. It's Paincat or Inva or Enot. Their game crashed at one point, but we're probably still going to accept it. I don't know if they did one thing, however. Also, it's unfortunate I had to let go of the jetfish there, as I usually want to keep it with us going to Subterranean. I kind of want to go back and get it, just to show off something that I normally would do. Hello, Ender. You know, we're going to go back and get it, just to show off what a normal run would do. I didn't bring it because this guy was in the way. I'm gonna go back because it has to be done. It's a rare spawn lizard. Water lizard, axolotl. That's right there. Come on. I know you can do it. Wall pounce? Actually, yeah. That probably would work there. What is this song? I don't know. I don't remember all the name songs. I think this is new though. Now it's always existed, but it's new here. Alright, we're entering Subterranean. We didn't eat food, but it's fine. It's new to being there, isn't it? Pretty sure it's not always there. That was the thing you're not sure they did? What was the thing they're not sure they did? I don't know if they ate a neuron. To glow. Because it wasn't on their list. Alright, we're getting a visual bug right now. That doesn't always happen. Oh, goodness. There's a scavenger there. So, this is the graphics module crashing. These things happen. What is this, Saint? Saint is here. Food Night got 100%. It's Gorilla who did it, pretty sure. They did it, they streamed it on Twitch. We haven't approved the run yet. We haven't approved a lot of runs yet because we've had to set some stuff up. They took all the spears, so I can't get by and eat that popcorn. Throw it. I dare you. Please don't get stuck in there, jetfish. I have rocks, but I need a spear to open the popcorn to get the food I need. This is a little risky, but I'm going to take the time to actually get the food I need. While this visual glitch is happening. It'll go away as soon as we properly save. What? Why did that work like that? I don't know why I got stunned from such a small fall and then it didn't throw the rocks. It was a hard stun too. Hello, Neo Kevlar. Would you expect most impunity? I don't know what kind of question that is. And that's not something I can really answer either. Alright, we're gonna make sure we have a spear with us. Yes, human gorilla. We're gonna do this again. These things happen where scavengers can kind of mess up your run. We're gonna have a spear though, so we don't have that kind of issue. There's no good place to eat on the way, really. We could have just ran the whole way, but that is really not what we want to do. Also, there's a lot of people that have done really, really good things for the community. Whether people really realize it or not. And community is a very loose term. That doesn't really make sense. Slug kittens, who's that answer? Yes. Yes. You have to give context about what we are actually asking. Our lizard man decided to be over here this time. Let's do wall pounce. Wasn't really wall pounce what we got there. Do water boost while holding a jetfish? I don't know, and I feel like all it would do is just drain your air, not really help. Alright, let's not make any more stupid mistakes. We're still going to be much under my estimate of 120, 115. Given how good everything else has gone. But that was a not good death. Still going to account one of those happening one way or the other. I expected to rock that man repeatedly. As you die loads and so. It's better to die there than right next to depths, though. Which is why we're going for this save. There's a drop wing on the ceiling, that's rare. What got me into speedrunning? I'll answer that in a little bit. That's mine. You can't have that. Your usefulness has ended upon being alive. Alright. So now that we've gone through the entire torture that was me going out of my way to get the jetfish, which kind of resulted in me getting killed because of it, it was worth it. Because now we get to show what the jetfish does after we save here. Alright, so what got me into speedrunning is I played Ori and the Blind Forest at a really, really high level. And when Definitive Edition came out on Xbox, because I played on Xbox because I didn't have a PC at the time, I was one of the first 3 people to complete One Life mode, and I was the first person to complete One Life mode 100%. Okay, centipedes are concerning, but that's fine. Here's the big thing about the jetfish. Kind of just pretend everything isn't there. Dropwig is gonna die. Best part about the jetfish being dead is that it doesn't matter for any of the stuff we're doing. And we can still use it for bait as well, for the dropwigs. We usually use other strats if we don't have the jetfish, but I like to use the jetfish because it makes the movement really interesting, and it is actually faster at the end of the day. Use it for bait quite well. You got a problem, Centipede? I think he does have a problem. Alright. Get out of my hands. Okay. Keep going. Another victim. That should be all of them. Pick this one. That one's a classic. Alright, we're almost at the end of the jetfish's usefulness, but I think that worked out very well. Let's go up top. So we're hearing the giant scissor noises below us. Oh, I probably could have made that jump next time. There are Miros birds below us, which are very scary enemies that we just don't even want to deal with. We have the jetfish as a sacrifice, though. Spider is a little concerning, but that's alright. Ooh. Haven't seen this lag in the DLC yet. It's likely because the Miros bird's glitching into a wall. We're down to 5 FPS, as Steam is telling me. I just need to move out of this area as fast as I can. It's very common for it to happen in this area. I just haven't had it happen with the DLC yet, given how loading has completely changed. Okay. FPS improved. Jetfish is no longer useful for us in these tight and closed spaces, so we're no longer going to use it. We're a bit out of the Mirrorspurt area at this point, so I'm not going to worry about it as much. I hear a centipede. We need to be aware of its location. Is it the red one? Go into the pipe. I dare you. Come on. I need you to do this for me. Just this one little thing. Just for me. You would help out a friend, wouldn't you? It's a normal centipede. Unless I stabbed a broken area. Seems to be having a little bit of trouble here. So now, because this is DLC, we're going through filtration, but filtration's had a lot of changes to it. So we're going to be running it through some new rooms here. Hence why we normally wouldn't run into the centipede here either. The small lizard might help us out. He has. Very cool. Mole lizards can't see anything, but they can hear you quite well. Thank you. Okay. Centipede killed one of them. Nice. Okay. Just paying attention. Make sure we don't mess up. We're very, very close to the end. Thought so. 3, 2, 1. Ow. Okay, just making sure. So with the map, we can see things that are around us, shown with little icons. So half cycle, doing good on time. And I use that on some situations to help us out. These lizards are acting a little strange. They're all going for that spider though, so I suppose it makes sense. A little scary. We're on the last room of the game with actually enemies on it right now. Alright. Ooh. Alright, we did good. There's nothing else that can kill us except me falling straight down this pipe and dying to fall damage. Let's not do that because we've had the game lag enough times to drop inputs today. Alright, we're in depths. There's no enemies here. There's one last pit I can fall down that we can die. But otherwise, this is platforming land. Messed up some movement, so I had to try to do some other things. The place is very dark. That's okay for us. We know exactly what we're doing. And there'll be lights coming from the ceiling. One thing I suggest is putting a filter over everything to make everything brighter. I have not done that just yet, however, because at least I can know where everything is, but maybe not everyone else watching does. So at this point, we've gained all of our karma. We've gone deeper and deeper down into the temples. We have a giant cancer in our stomach, slowly consuming us, till we find that we can leave the world entirely and come down here, where the ancients dance their silly rituals And I did one of the harder movement tech of the game. On a whim. It's almost frame perfect 2 inputs to do the back throw like I did. Ooh, messed up that jump. That's fine. Am I gonna do another run after this one? Yes. I plan to do Riv again. Alright, here are the Guardians. If we don't have the X Karma, they kill us. That's the extent of their usefulness. They work as a gate, essentially. It's like as a placed creature. In our case. Get to see the gutter. The gutter is a cool place. Alright. Big part about this is being able to use your items at particular locations, as well as a bunch of smaller movements. Actually don't want to be rolling like that, but I didn't have a good point where I could jump out. Ratty. Ruffles percent. You can call it that if you want. I like landfish percent personally. When do we run that? Landfish. Baller. Ballin'. This point, talking about any specific thing we might have missed in the run. I kind of say through a lot of stuff, but if you're doing stuff with commentary, things always happen. There's more to talk about. MSC added the 5 new, technically 6, because there's a secret slugcat. And very, very interesting. This is not one of the new slugcats, however. This is the base, one of the base game slugcats, the faster and stronger one, of course, but doesn't have the kind of powers that each of the new ones have. As each one has specific power, and that'll be some of the other submissions, specifically Riv, like I'm gonna do in a bit. Big Fish Man. Alright, time is coming soon. Time will be when we enter the next screen. We'll get about a 50. Alright, time is then. However, we're going to keep going until we make it all the way to the full credits ending. For time, it's still to here. Now, this was a pretty average run. Obviously, we wouldn't want that. We probably lost 10 minutes. Second cat I've ever seen ascend after Pain Cat. First one you've seen ascend was Pain Cat? Huh? Invisible on this screen. We can see it, though. 1 hour, 8 minutes, 47 seconds. 100% about Artie's children. How do they end up there? I don't believe they had max karma. Yeah, I don't understand that either. That's what Gorilla said too. I wasn't sure if you saw when I finished. If I didn't die to those scabs, this would have been like a really, really good run. But every run's gotta have that one mistake. I'm still gonna have this at 1:15, hour 15, hour 20 estimate. Very good. We gotta show this ending. Because nobody knows what's going on. Nope, we gotta go all the way. We gotta show everything. And if we can't, and they just cut off at true time, that's fine too. That's why I add so much time on the estimate, generally. Much extra time. Still wonder what these worms are? Does it matter? That's the question we should ask ourselves. Ouroboros creature? There's a lot of them, though. It's not a single one. Like some people like to think. Alright, we're just swimming as fast as we can, doing a snaking motion, pressing jump at a very particular timing. But there's nothing to really explain what's going on from this point on, outside of it's just happening. So, don't consider this ending to be any part of the game, or at least how you should take the game. But it is very... it takes you places. It makes you feel things. Everything that was ascended, I mean, maybe you're right. A little wild. The video culturally knows. Do you think they even know? Does it even matter? Let's be honest. Let's really be honest here. Because what I've learned from game development, it literally doesn't matter. It just needs to be cool and make enough sense. We're gonna turn the game down because it's super loud. Jerry. For this game in particular, alright. No screen shake here is funky. I like this with no screen shake. It's a lot easier to see. It's one of the remix settings that they added with the DLC. No screen shake, a lot less loud in some places. Confused about the Guardians, seem like all the Guardians are the only part that don't really make sense, because you feel like they would have been written about somewhere. Like, those are like 100% something people have seen before. There's no way people have seen the Guardians and just didn't say anything about them. But how do you like write an account for that? How do you write an account for that? Like, find a pearl somewhere that's just like, I wish all the Guardians, blah 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 blah. Up the sub pipe. What you see, you need to have a bat fly abstracted on both ends of a spear. And then when you bring one spear through a pipe, it brings the other one through a pipe. And if it's connected to a Guardian, every time you go through a pipe with it, it has a chance to push you out of bounds, which then allows you to go all the way up. First found a Verdsea. I mean, where would that pearl be? How would that work? Should be talked about more. Never learned about tech. Hello, Cyrillith. We're finishing up the run here. Heading towards the end. It's a lot to say, but there's nothing to say. A lot more versions of us after our long journey. Are they different slugcats? Are they our past lives? Who knows? Does it really matter? So slugcats always match your played avatar? No. Well, your current character that you're playing as, they're always going to look at it. I'm not the 3D model, if that's what you're saying. Alright. We're almost there. And the full time is here. And then we see the end cutscene and then credits. And that's everything. 75 minutes. Which is about what we got. The other swing sprites is such a... Yes, the other sprites are always exactly be the same. Nanoferret is streaming. If you want to see Saint, the end of Saint, the part that you don't want to see, they're doing that right now. And specific Hunter cutscene. They're getting taken by the cancer. And something else happens that I still don't fully understand. Does it bring them back all the way when they were originally created? Visual of the rot leaving them. Is that what's happening? Why would NSH be there? Literally, why? Literally, why would they show NSH there? That's the point that's like, huh? Alright, we did good. Time 45. We died a few times. Don't mind us. My friend has a permit. Yes. Alright, that is the run. Thank you all for watching. Slugcat is the outlier. That worked out well. Alright. It's vote time. What do you guys think? Vote. 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 No. Sending Slugcat on a journey. Yes. Well, NSH made Hunter, but why would they be there in the ending cutscene? That's the part that is weird to me. Gourmand, no. Seen both, so either one works? Yes. So we're just... I've already recorded Saint and Riv, but I want to make it better. That's what we're doing here. I was thinking Saint, but we don't necessarily... I was thinking Riv, not Saint. I was thinking Riv. But I wanted to make sure. Riv overwhelmingly won. Yes. Alright. I'm going to take a break for a little bit, and I'll be right back. I'd even be able to position a GDQ if I would. Yes. I wouldn't worry about it now. If you're just getting into Rain World speedrunning and immediately thinking about games done quick and you haven't really done speedrunning before, might not be a good idea. I did that my first time, and I looked back at my first any % submission, realized how bad it was, really. Because you don't know how to do presentation commentary until you actually do it. Alright, I'll be right back. Hello. How's it going? Wonder if you got lost. Alright. Good night, Cyrilith, as well. Ice releasing at the end of the stream is another new thing. It's just a community thing to make me sing at the end of some stream at some point. Well, I'll do a few songs. I'm thinking about having this be a recurring thing so that there's actual reason to use channel points. Although, the throwables is really good. But I don't know how I want to do that just yet. Rivulet. There is plenty of reason to use them, especially with... So, what's the best way to put it? We are almost at the point where we're going to test Twitch integration for Rain World on the DLC. So, that's going to happen. And okay, it's time. I'm gonna drink water. Do wish it was quieter. Do wish it was quieter. Sure, wait, we might be able to change that. Aha! Is now 40% quieter. Kinda. Alright. For start. Doesn't seem that small. So when Twitch applies, new character runs will be uploaded. What does that mean? What do you mean by that? 40% to make up for it. Of iron, yes. Alright. Hello, my name is Ice7. Today I'm going to show the story speedrun for the Rivulet in the Rain World DLC Downpour. This is one of the more interesting slug cats to actually play as. We're not going to use custom colors because we want to be able to look the same as we usually do. Before we actually go, we need to have a very particular setting on that we allow just for this run in particular. That's one, disable these, and to re-add this one. And now we're going to start. We're going to talk about how things go as it goes on. When the new game circle fills, that's when timer starts. There's also the in-game timer. That is what we rank our times by. Go hot commentary mode. It starts with low. Yes. You ever watched The Vulcan? You want good ways to do presentation stuff? Let's watch what they do. I messed up the swimming there, but We want to land on a platform so we can eat some food. So at the end of the day, Rain World is a survival game. So we need a certain amount of food so we can actually sleep in a shelter. And then if we don't sleep in a shelter in a certain amount of time, we will die to the rain that is in the world. That'll appear after a certain amount of time, as I said. Rain World. Yes. Things are happening. So, Rivulet character is very interesting. One of the new characters that was added because they are much faster naturally and that they can breathe underwater. This allows us to do a lot of very interesting things. One of the natural things about Rivulet is despite me having the timer set to the maximum every single time, we will... Give me a second. Our maximum cycle timer is only about 3 minutes, which each of the small dots in the bottom left corner around that symbol, surrounded by a big circle, is 20 seconds, and they slowly go away one at a time. Right now we're going to do a very particular glitch where we've saved normally by going to the shelter and having enough food, but if we have extra food in the shelter with us, that being the 2 berries sitting next to us, then we can be able to do a starve, which is normal gameplay. This makes it so that we go to the next cycle, go up in our karma. Every time we survive normally, we go up in karma. If we die, we go down in karma, but it doesn't save the game. We're in a starved state, which isn't good. However, there is a feature where if we quit out within 30 seconds, it refunds the cycle, refunds our karma, but because it didn't save because it's starving, it'll go back a full cycle, allows us to do it again, and then we can climb the karma ladder again. And just keep doing that till we're at the maximum karma, which we need to go to another area, because the gates between areas requires certain amounts of karma that we need. We've turned off the mechanics that I've shown right at the beginning, which is basically the ability for pre-cycles to show up. We've turned that off so that the shelter, we don't just wake up in a puddle of water and this shelter no longer works. That's essentially what happens. It makes the cycle longer because now we're out before the normal cycle starts, essentially. But that isn't terribly useful for us, and the downpour that's happening out there doesn't help us too much as it pushes us down in a lot of places. We want to be able to move forward easily. We messed up at the beginning a little bit, and we're honestly a little bit behind on time than I care for, but these things happen, and we're just going to roll with it. I want to talk about movement as we can, but with this slug cat, a lot of very specific movement doesn't matter as much due to the fact that they're so naturally fast. There's a very interesting color of scavenger. So these are scavengers. They're basically monkeys, and they can also use spears like us. And because of how they work, we're going to reset just so we don't have so much issues at the beginning. I'd love to just keep going, though. I'm surprised I stabbed the scav behind him, to be honest. So yes, I don't get what you mean by where the Twitch integration applies, new character runs will be uploaded. Don't get what that means. Because we're not doing entirely different categories for Twitch integration by any means. And then also talk about before, I started speedrunning because I became really good at Ori and the Blind Forest Definitive Edition, and one of my friends suggested it, looking into the speedrunning community. I'd never messed with any online community before, ever. So it was really weird for me. And then I submitted my 100% to it. And then slowly just went and did stuff over time. But a lot of it was Ori and the Blind Forest Definitive Edition speedruns. I participated in one of the first all skill tournaments that they did. All right. Hello. My name is Ice37, and today I'll be showing off the Rivulet Speedrun for the story category. I'm gonna say that again. Oh, this is weird to do it both streaming and recording, because I'm still talking to you guys as well. But we have to say things. All right. Hello. This is my Rivulet story speedrun for the game Rain World. This is with the Downpour DLC. This is one of the new characters brought with the Downpour DLC. We're just going to go right into it. That being when the circle fills, that's when the timer starts, and then the rank time is actually when what the in-game timer will tell us. Essentially, we are the fish cat. We move much more faster naturally, and we also have a lot of breath underwater. We just got done fighting some scavengers, and now we're going to boost up terribly. There we go. And eat some of these berries. So this is Rain World. It is a survival platformer in which you need to eat a certain amount of food so you can actually rest in a shelter. And if we don't rest in a shelter after a specified amount of time, a great rain will come, and then anything outside of a shelter will die. And so for Rivulet specifically, we have a very small cycle timer, as normally it's randomized, but regardless it's still much smaller than usual. We have a setting on that allows it so that, hit the berry. That man's very angry. Allows it so that it's always the maximum cycle timer as possible. However, give me a second. I need to make sure I don't die to these guys. However, the cycle timer for Rivulet's still really small. It's about 3 minutes for maximum. We'll have that same for every time. You can see in the bottom left there's like a symbol surrounded by a circle, a bunch of small dots. Each of those small dots counts down by 20 seconds. And that's how much time we have to actually go from one place to another before actually having to save. Like, it adds a very interesting dynamic to it. We kept it as consistent as some really short cycles wouldn't allow some of the routes to be available. Currently right now I'm doing a glitch to increase karma. Essentially, each time we save properly, we go up in karma. Each time we die, we go down in karma. We've started at the absolute lowest amount of karma. And essentially what we need to do is to do this glitch and be able to climb the karma ladder freely all the way up to the top karma, which is the 5 karma. We need to first save normally, then have at least 1 food to be able to starve. That being, you have some food, but you're not at full amount of food. And then you can hold down in the shelter to make the bar move all the way to the left. And then you can quit out at the beginning of that starved cycle, so that triggers the safety feature of, if you quit out within 30 seconds of a cycle starting, you don't lose the karma that you went in with, as if it was a death. And so it also undoes the starved cycle, because during starved cycles you don't actually save the game. So then you can just keep looping this and abusing it so you continue to gain karma one at a time until we're there. It's much better than actually have to go around and actually eat a bunch of food naturally, essentially. All right. So now we can really start the run here. Now, Rivulet's a much faster character. We're not going to worry about a lot of movement tech that a lot of the other characters would have to worry about. I will state some things as it is relevant. As we saw earlier, there's a specific creature that was hitting up with rocks. That is a scavenger. I can hear some above us right now. They're very scary because they act like the player in some ways, as they have the ability to... Is that the Carl character that people have named? It might be. But any character, any NPC that acts like the player in one way or another can be very scary in video games. And so them just having the ability to throw spears at us can be very scary. So the base thing for the game is that there are a bunch of rocks and spears that show up everywhere. Just randomly spawned around in a room. And then those are the common things that you use. For the common enemies, lizards, you hit their hard head with a rock, they flip around, and then you stab them in the back. Here's about Twitch integration. It's with viewers. Speedrunner uploads my head. Okay. Don't worry about it, Alex. Also, we're streaming right now. So we have all the other things. It's a world record stream? I don't know about that. We're just doing a Rivulet run and recording it and commentating it as best as we can for a submission. That's right, we're going through a gate right now. Every run is the run, yes, of course. Hello, KM Drico. Hello. Going through a new area of the game called the Gutter. It's part of Chimney Canopy. There's a annoying creature up here. He's gone now. Not too much of a problem. There's an eel lizard in this next room that we just saw. Want to make sure we don't go too crazy with them. We can go through them in the pipes. Don't have to deal with them. This area has mud that works differently to the normal water. I do technically have the world record for the Riv category right now, yes, if that's what you're saying. But there's not a huge amount of people that have run it, given how everyone's still getting used to the new DLC. Some spiders, not too much of a problem, they're pretty docile. Is this the new route? No, it is not. I just want to do commentary over things. But having never been able to go through this area in another speedrun, it's very interesting to be able to go through it. We're going to end up in Chimney, in an area of Chimney we don't normally go through as well. So white lizard there, he's trying to camouflage, but we see him momentarily when going through a pipe. And he's not too much in the way, so we're just going to go by him so we don't have to waste our spear or rock to knock him out of the way. Don't need to eat, because I already ate. We're going to be riding the end of cycle here. So I need to make sure I actually make it, because we just have enough time to actually make it to the next shelter we need to save at. So, especially the one thing to say about this character is that we set it so it's consistent cycles, of course. And we also turned off pre-cycles so that the shelter doesn't break, but also means we don't have as much time during cycles, but that's much problem. Hello, Elias Bot. Hello. Hello, everyone from the raid. How's it going? I'm trying to record me commentating this run for a Games Done Quick submission. I hope you guys' stream went well. I am a speedrunner for this game, and I have been for many years now. I also did QA for Downpour, and I did this 3D modeling for the VTuber here, along with all of the channel points redeems. The Joy's not actually good replay. Good luck on me lurking till spoilers. Alright. Thank you for stopping by. I don't know how far you've gotten in Downpour as well, but I hope stream went well regardless. I saw you doing Noita. But yes, thank you for stopping by, and don't feel like you have to stay by regardless. Nor anyone else from the raid. Hello. Yes, we just are able to get to that shelter. Works out very well in our case. It's really all just about moving fast with it. So, at the end of the day, that's just how it's going to work. Works very well. Just an effect. The current rain right now is just an effect, yes. I think it's very cool that after all this time, we're just always scared of rain. that we now just have it as a visual effect. I've always wanted this personally. I think it makes the game look very, very good. White lizard, close call. That's fine. Vulture. Not too much of an issue. When it comes to this character, it's all about just going fast and ignoring everything. Although that's generally the case for the game anyway. So, just like with any character, we can still do slides and boost slides from that. Basic idea of movement of this game is that we're not a glorified box that moves around with special abilities, make us dash, etc. We are two body chunks that can move independently to each other, depending on how we deal with it. But generally, everything is just started from the standing state as we are now. And so if I press diagonally downwards and jump, it'll start a slide. And if I then throw or jump at a certain point, I forgot that Riv timing is very different. If we throw or jump at specific timing, we'll either extend the slide or we will jump out of the slide at high speed, like this, which is very useful for gaining speed and height at certain places. After you jump out of a slide, you can then always go into a roll if you've fallen a small distance. And those rolls, if you do jump out of the roll right at the end, you get the highest height of a jump that you can get otherwise. Additionally, because Riv has really high agility, they can backflip really, really high, which we'll use at a few places soon enough. Right now, we're just climbing the wall. The wall is one of the harder areas of the game, but when it comes to Riv, there's a lot less creatures, just due to lore and the fact that there's so much rain happening all the time. At this point, we are on the wall. We don't have to worry about rain anymore. New graffiti? I don't think so. I don't think so, Alex. We don't have to worry about rain anymore because we're so high up into the clouds. And none of the lizards are really a threat to us outside of the white lizards that we're going to deal with soon. Camouflage lizards. There'll be 4 of them, along with the loose cannon blue lizard. That guy caught himself. Okay. Kind of played a little too fast and loose there. We could have died. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Ferncroft. Hello. How's it going? These guys are all running from the rain at this point, because it's just starting to rain. Even though the rain doesn't really affect them, they still get scared by it. Dr. Moon, the minimum for story is just to get the credits to roll off of normal story bits. So we just got to put the cell in and then talk to Moon, yes. These guys are acting very strange because they're scared. So it's a little scary to deal with them right now. I like to always play any run that I'm doing always fast and loose, especially the first time, regardless of marathon. It's because that's way more interesting to see than always playing it safe. But I always play it safe in the places that are very, very bad. Riv has very, very few places that are actually scary. Only that was one spot that we just saw. Due to a lot of changes with Downpour from the base game, we now actually get to see a sunset right at the end of cycle, which is what we were noticing there. We don't get to see it fully, but we'll still kind of see it up here, however. It'll also become nighttime the longer we're up here. I'm going to press a button real quick because I just realized my vertical controller isn't on. When it comes to movement, there's another type of roll that we can do from the normal roll, and that's with not fully holding the directional downwards that you would normally do a roll. Just kind of partially do it. And this roll has very different properties to the normal roll and allows us to do rolls in places we normally wouldn't. So it gives me a lot of little bits of speed there. It's basically me pretending my keyboard is a controller so I can do the same moves that controllers can do. Pebbles is pretty scary with RNG. There's only one thing that can affect us. Bob Orb. Hello, Lake Panzer as well. Yes, thank you again, Ferncroft, for the subscription. Please be afraid even though one effective is fraudulent to encounter generations in the rain. Yes. They also come right back out when it's nighttime, I'm pretty sure. Alright. Now we're climbing up, and we're going to see pebbles. So a main part of Rivulet Story is that there are two giant superstructures here. And both of them are giant supercomputers made by ancients in the past. We're not going to worry too much about lore for this character, because it doesn't matter as much. We're just going to talk about what they do. And that's, we have to take something from the Pebbles character here that he's going to talk to us about. And then we are going to bring it to the other character who's having a real bad time. Although both of them are having a real bad time, really. We also want Pebbles to stop talking to us. So we're going to stab him twice so he stops talking. So he can turn the 0G back on and I can jump out of here. I'm going to wait for the things to float up and then I can go. Alright, very cool. I always think that's a funny part of the run. Because normally he'll tell us there's a power cell that we need to find. And we should bring that to Looks to the Moon. And then help her out with her problem. As, because of issues, Pebbles now has the rot, which is all this blue stuff that's very scary. And due to the circumstances in which he accidentally made it, Moon also got completely dropped into the ocean. And we need to repower her back up is our objective, essentially. So right now we're going through the broken horribleness that is now 5 Pebbles. Riv is the second to last in the timeline, and it's very weird to see 5 Pebbles so broken like this. Because normally if we stab Pebbles, he would kill us instantly. But now he's like, I can't do anything. Why? Because he's got all this rot all through him, and everything's just all sorts of bad. Ooh, accidentally went through there. We also bullied that guy to make him stop talking to us, so we can actually go through. Hopefully we won't mess with too much of the blue stuff. The path that we can go through is very direct. Also, there's going to be zero gravity turned on and off throughout our stay here. We can hear the actual noise of it turning on and off every once in a while. Okay, RNG was good. The enemy's way to the right. It's a giant blue cyst monster. It's just a bunch of these blue things together that tries to grab you with its tentacles that moves around in that room. Only real threat we're going to run into. Water area. Alright. Linear systems rail. This is our objective. Gotta not touch the giant microwaves sparkling with blue either. And we're almost there. And here we are. And grab it. Ball drops next to us. And now Riv be ballin'. We can now... all the 0G is turned off. It will no longer turn on and off repeatedly. And now I can activate a thing that gives me my own, like, half 0G field. I'm going to drop this real quick. And we'll be using that for movement for the rest of the game. I'm going to eat these neurons, which are technically part of Pebbles' brain, but we don't really care about that. Because they're edible. And they make us glow after we eat them. Makes it easier to see that way. Alright, so we're going to use this ball to help us move around through the game. Oh yes, I do have the game really low. I will change that when I can. We might have to wait for the giant cyst monster. Perfect timing on the ball turning off. So if we turn on the ball in water, we move much faster, which we're going to be using that a lot soon enough. I'm not going to risk it. We're going to stay right here. I'm going to turn the game volume up because I realized it was really low there. Turning. Okay. Don't know why he didn't go through. Very concerning. Well, we've got to restart now. That's the only thing that can kill us. It also is really weird that every single time I entered the room, he got tipped off that I entered the room. But he didn't actually... That was just weird. I've never seen it work like that. Never happened before. Marathon luck, yes. Hello, Bowie Wad. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Does alert them, doesn't it? It never used to. It shouldn't. The orb probably makes noise. I think you're right. I think you're right. It probably hits the ground the moment I go through the pipe and it hears it. I could throw it at him in that situation and that would work out better for me. Yes, the one I did right then is the fastest one. And it only has that guy as a threat. There's no other threat but him, and which is why I don't save. Because he's the only thing that can kill you, and I always thought you'd always be able to deal with it, but it is immediately proven wrong. Because that hasn't happened. Now we know the orb does that. That's just the daddy long legs because it can hear us and it's not purple. That would be really bad. That would be exceedingly bad if that happened. We're going to have safety saves anyway for any run that we do in case things go really wrong that I can just load from. It's good to know that happens. Like, it's real good that happened now. It's also really unfortunate to see him there because he has so much room to move around in. There's not a lot of space. It's a very small area that he can be in that actually blocks us. Because he would go to the right. All the way to the right. Alright, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Safety save on top of the marathon run. I will not do that. I will set up a second save in case we die, and then we load that one. When it comes to the run, I'm going to full do it like I'm actually doing a run. And if we fail, then I'm loading a save that's like partially on the way. If he waited outside, we'll be able to come to the pipe through? Yes. He almost went through the pipe. He almost went through the pipe. But most of his body had gone through the pipe, but I went through the pipe and exited just as he almost entered it, which made him stop entering it, and then he killed me. Alright, I'll be back. Alright. Hello, my name is Ice37, and today I'll be showing off a run of Rivulet, that being the story speedrun for them. This Rivulet Slugcat is new from the Downpour DLC for the game Rain World, and we're going to be playing through the story category for them. And let's just go right into it. The time starts when the circle completely fills, but otherwise the in-game timer is what we time by. This Slugcat has their own special power, that being that they are a fish, essentially. We are much faster naturally as this character. We can swim really fast and otherwise move really fast. I have a few other things that help out quite a lot, as well as having the ability to have really long period of time that we can stay underwater. We can't breathe underwater, but we might as well be able to, essentially. And then right now, because this game's Rain World, after a certain amount of time outside, it will rain. And so anything outside in that rain will instantly die. Because we're playing Rivulet, the cycle timer is actually really, really low. We're also streaming right now. That's all the things happening. The cycle timer itself, so the time before it starts raining, is really, really low. So we need to eat enough food and then save in a shelter so that we can make it to the next cycle and then continue, is the basic idea. Need to watch out for these guys, as these are essentially monkeys. They have the same ability as us, as they can use spears to kill us, which is very scary. They are scavengers. Who's the best? Well, it's their name. So, if you look in the bottom left, there's all these tiny dots around a symbol surrounded by a thick circle. That is our timer. So, each one of those dots is 20 seconds, and so we only have about 2 minutes, about 3 minutes for each cycle to go to another shelter, and so on. And so we use one of these settings that the DLC gives us to keep the cycle timer the maximum length every single time that this character can get. So we need that consistency to actually be able to do certain parts. That'll change over time, but as we'll notice. Also, we turned off the pre-cycles that is part of this character, where essentially every once in a while the shelter breaks and we wake up before the normal cycle would have started. So it's still raining outside. The rain can push us down and affect us in some ways. That helps out for being able to give us more time to do things, but we don't want more time. We want clear skies to actually move around really fast. Right now, however, the main mechanic of the game is that each time we survive and actually eat enough food and save, we go up in karma. Every time we die, we go down in karma. And we need a certain amount of karma to go through certain gates. Karma is the symbol that's shown in the bottom left inside the thick circle. Normally we have to eat enough food for multiple cycles, and each cycle we survive, we can go up in karma. However, we can use a glitch where we save with enough food normally, and then next cycle we starve, which is done by just having a minimum amount of food and then holding down to make the bar go left. Then we can starve. It doesn't save the game, it makes our karma go up and we go to the next cycle. But if we quit out within the first 30 seconds, it activates the safety feature, which allows us to keep the karma that we have. But because it's starving, the game doesn't save, we get sent back, and we can continue ad nauseum, essentially. I need to watch out for these guys and how they act. Okay, that could have been bad. That's fine. It's fine to die right next to the shelter anyway. We still need this max karma so we can go through. We're at our current maximum of karma, which is 5, and that allows us to go through a certain gate that we're going to see here in a little bit. I need to make sure I don't die to this guy. Very scary to see scavengers here in such large numbers. They kind of, scavengers compared to every other creature can kind of just be anywhere. Otherwise, every other creature is consistent per region and per area. but their personality and the random decisions that they make will be random, and they can move in random places. So we know generally about what is going to happen, and the game actually becomes very, very consistent the faster we go, because things don't have much chance to move around, essentially. We're going through a gate to go to the next area, which is Chimney Canopy. We're going through a sub-area that was just added to the game called the Gutter. So we're going to be doing that now. We'll talk about movement a little bit as we can, as it is relevant. But Rivulet doesn't need to care as much about advanced movement tech, just because we're so naturally fast. But they still have a lot of special things on their own that we need to deal with. Low, it's cool and good. Okay. Also, this is mud. We move much slower in it. It can be very scary at times. There's a eel lizard up in the top left there. Didn't bother us too much. There's a spider there. There's a few spiders up here we need to worry about. Excuse me? What happened there? That's also a new one. Alright. I didn't know what I was looking at. I was like, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. So a mother spider died to a lizard, which I've never seen happen, by the way. So there's just all those spiders there. Alright. Let's do that again. Let's exit so that I can get that music to play again. What happened? A mother spider died, released all of the baby spiders off screen without me knowing, and then all of them fell on me, and then I died. I could have thrown the spear, which might have saved me, but I was just looking at it, I'm like, what is that? Why is that there? To stop music? Alright. Yeah, I still wanted to completely reset it though. We're doing so good though. Ooh. All right, do it again. Do it live. I think this is fun. Just kind of like record and stream at the same time. I'm not actually recording, I'm just taking the Twitch VOD, by the way. And it's not really the same, but yes. Alright. Hello, my name is Ice37, and today I'll be showing the Rivulet Story speedrun for the game Rain World, specifically the new DLC that just came out that added this character. We're going to be seeing a lot of new things that this DLC brings, and we'll be talking about it as we can. Let's just start off with just showing the game immediately. The game starts when the circle fills here, and generally we do ranking time by the in-game timer we'll see at the top middle. Hello, Corey Dragon, also streaming right now, so we'll do stuff with that. So I'm doing a commentary of my run for marathon submissions. So now talk about Rivulet. We are a fish. There we are. So we are a fish slug cat, very aquatic. We can move much faster than the other slug cats, and we have a lot more breath underwater before we actually need to go up for air, which will be very relevant later. And this added extra speed is going to mean quite a lot later on, but for now it's just that extra speed. Makes it so a lot of advanced movement doesn't matter as much, but because we move so fast, there's a lot of extra things going on that we need to be aware of. Very different gameplay-wise to other cats. One other thing to talk about this game, it's called Rain World. After a certain amount of time, the game will start raining, and if we're outside when it rains, then we will die, and anything else that's outside will also die. So we want to eat enough food so that we can survive in one of these shelters here. And so we've got one extra food for a certain reason. You see in the bottom left, you see all these small dots around a solid circle and a symbol. Those small dots are the cycle timer. So each dot is 20 seconds. Because we're Rivulet, we don't have a lot of time, essentially, compared to the other slug cats. We've allowed the longest cycle and no randomized setting to be active for this character. That is in the remix settings that come with the DLC. However, that's still not a lot of time. We need it to make some certain sections consistent, which is why we like it quite a lot. But yes, that's the basic idea. We've also disabled another setting that is the pre-cycles, where essentially it's 50% chance for the shelter to break and make it so we wake up in a puddle. The shelter no longer works, and we're then out before the cycle actually started, so we have a lot of extra time, but we don't care about that. We want clear skies to move easily without the rain impeding us, and just go between areas. So the glitch that I'm doing right now, if you notice in the bottom left, in the solid circle is a certain symbol that's going to keep changing, and we're going to keep changing when we're in the sleep screen itself. Essentially what's happening is that each time we save the game, we go up in karma. Each time we die, we go down in karma. However, if we eat enough to actually save for the first time, then we starve, which is us just holding down in the shelter, making the minimum amount of food bar that we need to eat go all the way to the left. Then we will starve. It will not save the game, but it'll raise the karma and make it so that we can go up in karma a bit. We can also quit out within the first 30 seconds to make it so that the safety feature makes us keep that karma, but we do not suffer the consequences of starving, and it'll reset us back to the previous cycle that was normally saved, and then we can just keep doing that to be at the maximum karma that we need to be, essentially. And so we need to be at the highest karma that we have currently, which is karma 5, so that we can go through a gate here. A gate is basically a loading zone between regions, and in between each region, you need to have a certain amount of karma to actually go through it. And so we have to be at the maximum, and we're going there now. We've also, to start out, differences from base game again. We are in a area in the drainage region that is not normally in the game, and then we're going to be going into Chimney Canopy in a sub area that doesn't normally exist for that area either, called the Gutter. We're going to be going through there. We'll talk about that, and then we're going to come up out in an area that we don't normally go through in Chimney Canopy for any of the other speedruns. And yeah, all right. Ooh, catch my breath for a second. When it comes to movement, talk about it a bit more later, but this isn't the type of game where you're a glorified square with special abilities like a dash or otherwise. You have to work specifically for your specific movement. In the case for Riv, you do move naturally much faster, of course, which helps out quite a lot. But we'll still be using a lot of that extra movement. We'll be doing that on the wall that we'll see later, talk about it there. This is mud that we are currently in, and there's an eel lizard there, which is a little scary. I'm just going to make sure we get over this guy consistently real quick. Now we're going to be going up back to Chimney Canopy. I'm being told in the bottom left that we're half cycle, which is consistent at this point, which is good. There can be spiders here and a white lizard, so I'm just looking out for that. White lizard's a camo lizard, so they blend into the background. The thing about this game is that it's room-based, so you have to actually go through a room transition to go between different areas, as well as each screen. You're kind of worried about what's going to be on the next screen, but that happens. Also got some music playing. I believe this is old music, but it's been given a better place to be played on. Ooh. This time I'm moving a bit too fast here. Alright, because of the cycle time being so short, we need to make sure we go really fast, of course, to actually make it to this next shelter. We're going to be making it there just as it starts to rain as well. Hello, name, last name. There's a vulture there. They're generally not too much of a problem. Just want to make sure I don't fall. Here comes a vulture. You stab them twice and they're always run, which is why we're not worried about them. And then you can start to hear that the actual rain is coming, not just the cosmetic rain. Rivulet's very cool because you get to see a lot of just cosmetic rain that you wouldn't normally be able to see. It makes the game look visually very nice. It does make it very dark though, times. Didn't know if it's set where vulture stabs. Yes, if you stab a vulture twice, it will always run, even if you hit its mask. King Vulture is a bit different. I'm not exactly sure. Once I unlocked the agility, never turn it off. Yeah. Same with the RD explosion. Alright, we've saved the location we've needed to, and now we're going to be going all the way up to the wall now. Alright, get rid of that blue lizard. Creatures generally aren't too worrying as this slug cat, as there's a lot less of them, and generally the ones that are not as threatening. The only area that's going to be a little scary is on the wall. We'll see soon enough. These flying centipedes aren't too much of a problem, as they only become aggro if you're around them for long enough. Get to see that ambient rain here. Okay, just gonna go this way. Can't tell if there's a lizard there. There is. Camo lizards can be a little scary at times. When it comes to creature spawns, other than the scavengers, which we've kind of seen some at the beginning, there isn't a lot that is unexpected, as creature spawns are consistent for the most part, but their behaviors that they spawn with, I'm going to get these items here, are not. And their random decisions also are not. And so, essentially, if you run enough times and have enough experience, it'll always be consistent, as well as the faster you go, the more consistent it is, because the creatures don't have as much time to actually move around. Alright, I'm going to be paying attention to the cycle timer here. However, we're on the wall. After we go up a certain degree, we're above the clouds, and the rain no longer affects us. The wall is as scary as it is to the section with the white lizards. This is generally true for any run. Generally, you're not supposed to go up this way, but it is much faster in every way than the alternative, essentially. I'm just going to be paying attention to where creatures can be here, because it can be a little scary. I need to listen very well to where things might be. Not seeing anything here yet. It's a little weird. It's not too bad. One thing about movement, as we're going to talk about, is that because of Riv's increased speed, we can just do a backflip here to get increased height over a normal jump, which we'll be using that in a few locations to get where we need to go. There is our first white lizard. That is the loose cannon blue lizard. This guy can just be anywhere. There he goes. Pretty consistent for them to fall like that. There's 4 white lizards. The rain is coming, which is why all of these guys are running. They're very scared of the rain and will even hide from it, even though, because we're so high up, the rain actually cannot affect us anymore. And so we're just going to be going by them as we can. Poles are a little annoying. That's fine. Pole plants here, fake plant poles that if you grab them, you die, essentially. When we die, we get sent back to the last point we saved, of course. It was quite a while ago. Because this is Rivulet, it's not too scary in terms of creatures. It's more just on making sure you actually do the platforming correct. There is one section we're going to be running by soon enough that we are actually scared about. But we're not going to worry too much. I'm going to let this guy get a bit ahead of me so he doesn't actually get too aggro onto me. Alright, he made it back to where he lives. You just notice just kind of skipped from the normal palette it changes from to the, it's now sunset palette. It's because the rain is here and it is slowly turning from daytime to sunset into night. We're going to slowly see that while we're up here in the top of the wall. Now, while we're here in this room, we get to talk about movement a bit. Backflip for Riv is very particular in that it sends you up much higher than any normal jump would, or even jumps out of... Ooh, messing this up right now. The balls are very annoying. Any other jump otherwise. But for normal movement, like the slide, from a standing state, you can press diagonally downwards to start into a slide, and then press jump again during that slide to be able to do a pounce out of that slide, which gives us the huge bursts of speed that we really, really want to optimize on. And then from that, we are in a state where we can roll, which is the same state with the backflip, where we can always roll. If we stay in a roll for long enough, we can then jump out of it and get a really good height from that as well, but it's not as good as the backflip when it comes to Riv in this case. So we're going to be using that movement when applicable, but because these slides need so much flat space, there's not the huge amount of places where it is relevant. But we are going to be using them every moment we can. Additionally, if we throw an item backwards, instead of jumping out of the roll, it'll extend the slide, instead giving us extra speed and distance on the slide itself. And it'll stick us to the ground, making us going up or down slopes as applicable. As we are going forward, we're going to find that we are in a low grav environment, even up to 0 grav. And we need to be aware of what's happening when that happens. However, let's talk about Riv's story here, as now we're going to meet Pebbles, and we're going to hit him in the face with a rock, because we really want him to just stop talking. And I missed him accidentally, and now the rock's hidden behind all these pearls. Please. There we go. Alright. So we need to bully Pebbles so he stops talking and turns the low grav back on. We need to see the things floating in the air, and we are good. And now we go. I think it's really funny that we get to bully him in this case, because normally if you did that in any other campaign, he would instantly kill us. However, we're second to last in the timeline with this Riv character that we're playing as. And so he's a little broken down and having some problems. But the story that's happening is Pebbles is a giant supercomputer, and he made some mistakes and now has the rot growing inside of him, which is all of this blue stuff we see that's very scary to deal with and we don't want to touch in any capacity. And there's another iterator that had kind of right when this giant robot accidentally made the cancer that he's getting eaten by, he accidentally doomed the other iterator that was near him, and they have collapsed into the ocean essentially. And so as a last will of Pebbles here, he wants us to bring Moon his last giant supercharged battery cell that he has, so that she can operate once again on a significant level, I guess is the best way to put it. So now we can feel, oh, that was interesting. We can feel the effects of this cell. It'll turn on and off randomly, and will be in 0G. Like it's turning on right now. We are in full 0G right now. So we need to adjust for that change in movement style as applicable. It's turning off. Only enemy we need to worry about is right here, is that giant moving blue cancer man. So, yes, Pebbles accidentally gave himself cancer on a failed experiment to do things that right now we don't care entirely about, because we're just a fish that wants to get a power cell from one giant superstructure and bring it to another. Alright, need to watch out for this last patch of blue, and then otherwise we are good to go. Other than I don't want to touch the giant microwave right there, so I'm going to take a little second. The turning on and off cycles are random, of how long they go on and off for. We just got to deal with them as they happen. Should be able to make it in there before it turns on. Okay, maybe not. Just gotta wait at this point. So we can't make it in when the 0G is on. Alright, we need to grab the ball. I miss grabbing it. There we go. Get shocked for a second, but now we can grab the giant energy cell. And now we can turn it on as to have the ability to jump up and around with our own semi-anti-gravity field. This will be much of the movement for the rest of the run. I'm going to eat these neurons here, which are technically part of Pebbles' brain, but we're not going to worry about that. He doesn't really need them as much right now. Right. I do technically need one more. There we go. Turn this back on again. Ooh. Alright. Now we're just going to be moving through in our magical 0G ball. Made it through that jump. Very good. So now the 0G turn on and off won't happen anymore because we have the thing that was powering it. And now if we activate this in the water, it'll make us move very fast as well. Okay, one big threat that we were worried about is that giant cancer cyst enemy that we saw just a bit ago. And so it can still be quite in the way. There he is. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay, so he's alerted to our presence when we enter because the ball hits the ground and he can come into this room is the major problem that he can do. We can't go by him. So right now we either wait for him to enter this room or we wait long enough for him to go the other way. We saw him flash the pipe a little bit, showing us that he is nearby it. Right now, we just got to think about what he could be doing. And we really, really don't want to be anywhere near there. I'm going to peek without the ball real quick. Okay. Please don't stab the ball. Okay. Oh, still scary, but did work out. That guy we can't do anything to kind of deal with, and we really don't want to be grabbed by him, essentially. Alright. Just moving out of the way here. Going all the way back to go see Pebbles. We don't need to talk to him again, it's just faster to go by him. After we bullied him, he's gonna be like, oh, thank you for doing what I asked. And we're like, I didn't do anything that you wanted. But, alright. Did eat the full amount of food, just want to make sure. This room still has 0G, which I find very interesting. The giant electric shocks do not kill you, although in base game there is something like it that does, which is why people are often very scared of it. Hello. Hello. How's it going? I am trying to get out of this area. Kind of have to do a swimming motion, kind of a snaking motion to move where we want 0G there. It can be quite annoying. Right. Good, how about you? Recording things for speedrun submission. Otherwise, it's been going pretty good lately. I gotta wait for this ball to turn back on because I don't trust this blue stuff. I don't want to go anywhere near it because if one of those tentacles grabs you, you die immediately. Only other place that's actually kind of a threat. So we take our time. Alright. Making good time. Let's go make it back to Pebbles real quick. So from here on, we're going to go back down the wall the way we came. Except now with the ball. At this point, we have cut off our hands and have to carry this ball forever. Not really forever, but we're going to be carrying it for quite a while in this run. Pebbles turns off the ability for me to use this ball, but we still got really low gravity. He just called us wet mouse, so now we're just going to leave off that information. He also calls us landfish if we've never talked to him before and we've already taken the ball, which I find very interesting. People really like the names that Rivulet has gotten. There's another one we're going to be seeing that the other supercomputer gives us that we'll see later. Also, one other thing, now that it's nighttime, this area is now nighttime mode, which is why it's much darker in here. And then now we're going to be saving. So we can go back down the other way. Alright. Pretty good. So that whole section is really, really long, but there's not a lot of threats. So we're not too worried, and we know how to deal with them. Just gotta deal with them effectively and not rush it when we don't think it is feasible. We're gonna pop this popcorn so now we can get full food. Also, now that we've completely disabled 5 Pebbles, and the fact that he's the reason why it rains so often, that now the cycle length is extremely long. And so, if we see, if I pull up the map here, it'll show the symbol in the bottom left, a lot of dots. We have a very long period of time. So we're going to be trying to go as close as we can to where we need to bring this ball as we possibly can. I'm gonna try to eat this real quick. Did it. We did it. I'm leaning back too much. What's happening? Alright. So now with the ball, movement really changes, but we really don't want to use it on flat ground area. Low 0 to Hero Z. Whoa. So that city in the background is actually part of one of the other campaigns of the new Slugcats of Downpour. We do not want to fall fast. I've already fallen enough times and then gotten stunned and dropped the ball and had it fall into the abyss. So we're not going to do that. We're still going to have the same problems that we would going up the wall, except now going down, that being there are 4 white lizards. So we need to deal with them accordingly. I'm not sure what that one was really doing. There's 2 there. Slide right through that one that doesn't even know we're even there. Turn the ball on as we're going down so we don't get stunned because it slows us down. It's like we're falling with an umbrella. Does that make sense? Water Dancer, all 3 of us. There's 4 names that Rivulet has. That's not Rivulet. Mary Poppins, yes. Don't want to fall too fast here, because technically isn't an abyss to the left there. So blue overseers are Pebbles, yes. So now at this point, because we're helped out Pebbles, he has his overseers looking at us. So there's these 2 blue guys following us. And they'll try to help us as they can. They basically try to point out threats and where food is in shelters. But we've already played this game a lot, so we don't really need that much help. Going back down the way that we came. Only thing we need to watch out for is actually losing the ball. That might as well mean that we die. There's a vulture in the rain. He's vulturing in the rain. Okay. Need to make sure I don't do anything too stupid here. Because weird physics is weird, and we're not entirely used to them. Blue lizard. Just so many looking now. Alright, we're gonna go save in Industrial, probably. Depending on how I feel. Just Chimney can be very scary, because a lot of infinite pits of death that you just fall down. I'm gonna be making sure I don't do anything stupid right here. There can be a drop wig, or just this guy existing. We're invincible going through pipes, and when we peek a pipe, we can go back with no consequences, usually. Make sure this teal lizard goes by. He's the jumping guy that sounds like dubstep. And Wind Chimes is playing. Very classic song. Orange lizard. Orange lizard real. Please go away though. He fell over. Alright, we're gonna stand down here so they stop getting in my way. So orange lizards their power is that They aren't very good, but they all communicate to each other. So any in a room, if one sees you, they all see you. Sounds like double step a bit. They haven't changed too much from base, though. Alright, let's go to Shaded Citadel now. We need our full 5 karma to actually go into Shaded Citadel, because we're not going to die. Of course, that won't matter. And even if we did, we can just karma cash to get back to our full karma anyway. Low silica, low. Okay. This area is scary to fall down, because you don't want to go too fast, because there can be a lot of bad men there. Slug camped. Yes. Slug cat. We are the fish slug cat. Today. Gotta watch out for scavengers on this bridge. If we go fast enough, surely they won't care. Okay. Do you care? He cares. I don't have anything that I can give them. But they're still pretty scared of me. I hope this guy goes into there. Good. Well, we're not saving there. While they're in there. Well, there's none in here. Alright. Good. We'll signal the rest. You're chill. It's not really true. But it's like kinda true. Pat flipping the moon is real. And go speedrun Riv right now. You want to go to Shaded Citadel? It's a dark area of the game. However, we've eaten one of Pebbles' neurons, which means we now naturally glow. So it's not too bad. Not that we really needed it. A reputation system, yes. Booting up Rain World as we speak. Yep, stream again. 4 more hours. When I'm tired, then don't do it. Don't worry about it. King vultures keep running away. Yes. Alright, there's spiders in this area. It's the only thing we need to worry about. They're pretty tame. We just need to make sure we don't do anything stupid. And there's scavengers. There might be some in our way. We'll see. Or some we just saw there. Doesn't mean they're going to be right here, though, where we would actually be worried about them. I'm not sure why Black Moonlight ends so early. There's also all these tiny spiders that we see. If we aggro them enough, they all combine together and try to kill you. Mecha spider. It ends because chat was bad? What happened? Was it because I was bullying you? Let me down, please. Lantern mouse, please. Maybe I don't want to go in there. Let's not deal with those spiders right now. Kinda don't want to deal with these spiders either. Not sure if we're gonna see the kelp today. No kelp. Please. Alright, this is Shaded Bridge. Its geometry is not to be underestimated. Many people have died here. kind of chilling out at this point. It's kind of just
They're
keep
here.
going.
This is bad.
Thank you for the follow, Obsidian Mage. I feel like the alerts should be slightly transparent, but it doesn't look like they are. Check that real quick. They are now slightly transparent. Alright, we've made it to Shoreline. We're very close to our destination at this point. To the point where I'm going to save. We can keep going given the cycle we have, but we are going to have to save at some point regardless before we actually make it to where the ball actually goes. Despite you, yes. It's not that bad. As long as it's not blocking the screen forever, we don't really care that much. Alright. Going through Shoreline. This is where it looks the moon is. However, we're not going to see her puppet, which is what we actually talk to. We're going into the greater superstructure, which is called submerged superstructure currently, because it is in the ocean. Speedy cat for speedruns, yes. So we're going to be going to where that is. I didn't mean to jump there, but it's fine. Probably should not save up there, but it's better to do so than not. So probably could have saved over here. Just there's one enemy here that I don't want to deal with sometimes. Ooh. Please turn off, thank you. Okay. Alright, there's an aquapede in here, which is a water centipede. And it is just as bad as you think it is. However, he did not show his face unless he fell down in here, which he did not. So it worked out. We're going to be seeing one more that can mess up our run in a bit. Essentially, all centipedes are batteries, where if both ends touch you, you get shocked with an electric shock, and you die. And these ones swim in water. This is a room reminiscent of the Spearmaster campaign, as you can also venture in this whole structure as the Spearmaster character, however, before the collapse of the structure, before it all fell into the ocean. Which makes seeing this area before and after it fell into the ocean so interesting. I'll start to notice a lot of locations that are very particular to, like it's very obvious which one is which. The song Ascent is playing. There's a snail in my way. There he goes. Two snails. Two snails this time. Please stop moving my balls so much. We're gonna put you in timeout. Go away. Alright. It's going to be going through a lot of really long swimming sections, hence submerged superstructure. Please fish. New song? Yes, this is a new song for the new region. We do not want to press jump underwater. It does give us a boost of speed, but it does also take air from us. We want to make sure we actually make it to where we want to go. There's going to be an aquapede in front of us. I do not know where it is. Aqua centipede. There he is. He's in our pipe. He's in our walls. Okay, we couldn't do anything about that if we wanted to. I don't know what I could have done there. We're going to keep going. That's not too much for a problem, as such issues happen. Alright. Now let's go back there. This is why we saved. Because of that. I could have saved closer. But usually that one isn't a problem. Except it bunched up in the pipe we needed to be in. So these things happen. And that's just how it goes. Give me ball. There we go. Gives us the chance to do this just a bit better. This is the major time loss that I would assume that would happen. Okay, we might be dead again. I think he'll let us go because of time. Yep. Centipedes hold you for too long, they'll let go of you. Because he was wrapped around an edge, he couldn't actually make it to us. That's why these aquapedes are very scary, because they can kind of just be where they want to be. Didn't mean to turn that on, but it's fine. Alright, didn't think about this really. I forgot it needs 5 karma. So we're gonna go get food real quick. I thought there was food nearby, but there doesn't appear to be. So we're going to just starve into it. We cannot karma cache because it requires us to save normally first. And then it'll send us back to the last proper save that we saved in. So we're going to be starving going into this, which could be worse, as we should be able to fix it without too much issue. Just we're going to have to drop the ball in certain locations. Alright. So at this point, we have a lot of ground to cover that's going to be underwater. It's only that centipede that can kill us. Otherwise, it is just long swims that we just need to do correctly, but we've done them a bunch of times to the point where it's just optimizing it for the sake of optimizing it, and not so much actually being able to survive it. Maybe a snail can have the aquapede. I have to grab the snail from very, very far away. I think next time I see it there, I just have to leave. Because I can't do anything about it. Alright. So we're going to have to get food here. So it's faster to get food this way, because it's the place I've always gotten food, at least. Only 2. I thought there was a bit more. We can make it work. Because there'll be more on the other side. Yes. Alright. Low CMC passerby. There's a snail in the way. That's fine. Just stand still real quick. One of the things about starving is that if we perform too many actions in a row, we will basically get stunned for a bit because we're tired. Last 2 food. Now we're going to continue forward and deal with Mr. Centipede Man. How did I not move that fast? Interesting. Ball might actually slow me down in pipes. Right, I'll pay attention for the centipede. No. Just grabbing that other guy. Should be distracted for a little bit. Good. Perfect. And now we're here. And it will work out just fine from here. So now we just need to do specific water platforming. Now, for all water levels that I've ever played, outside of the fact that centipedes exist, this is probably one of the more interesting and actually pretty fun water levels to play. I will say. It's got a lot of extra little secrets to it that are going on. One thing I will say is you do not want to come here without the ball, because that means you're going to have the short cycles and messed up that jump, so we got to wait now. Gotta do backflip, purposely make it in through this pipe here. There's a lot of hidden pipes like this one in places to do little shortcuts. Right. One thing to also state about swimming is that if you press the jump button underwater, you get a boost of speed, but it uses your air. I think I kind of already said that before. But that's something that doesn't matter that much when we play Riv, but will matter in certain areas where we go really long distances. How tiredness works for starving, Candy May, is consistent. Effectively consider a bar that fills up the more movements you do. And after it gets past a certain threshold of like values that are being filled up, the next like hard ability, like a jump or climbing up a pole, that you do, it'll kind of roll if you're going to get stunned then. So you could go a pretty decent distance without getting stunned while doing a bunch of jumps, or you could just get stunned immediately when that bar fills. It should be the same for all characters, as all characters get the same stats when they are starving. I don't know how that is for the MSC cats, however. I actually wouldn't know how that works for Gourmand at all. Alright, almost there. Last sections. So we enter here. I'm going to try to do something fancy if we can. we can't, because it forces us to drop into it. Pretty sure there might be a way to exit early, but it kind of sucks you in. Alright, goodbye, I'm very tired. At this point, we're at a cutscene, essentially, so we got a little time to wait as the ball starts up. I feel like we shouldn't be in this room when it's turning on, but maybe that's just me. Make it very safe to be in a room like this with nuclear power that is turned into ethereal energy in front of us. Void fluid, by the way. No. Alright. It's kind of pushing us around. We can't do anything in this state. And then it'll force it to be close to end a cycle. It shows us it 4 dots as we end up here. Now, we gotta save here, because we're not going to make it to the end. At this point, we just need to go to the end, which is meeting Looks to the Moon herself in her active state. Then we're gonna get a really long cutscene, but first we're gonna get to see something very, very interesting that we've never seen in this game up to this point. I'm not gonna say anything until it happens. It might be obvious in some ways, but we'll get there. And Ugar is... I feel like I've heard that name, I'm not sure. Also, if you notice, first time the visualization of breathing actually is shown, as it is now cold outside. Only enemy we can run into is that blue lizard and some scavengers in a bit. Now we see snow. For the very first time in Rain World. It's now Snow World. Turns out this happens when we turn off the giant, very hot running superstructure. Gotta watch out for scavengers in this room, but no problem. Just running through here. Farmers with a lot of limbs in. Is that the, like, the hay baling thing? Alright. We're entering the last area. We just need to run to Moon. We're back in Shoreline now. Except we're up on top of where Moon is. Moon herself, the puppet. Combine. Okay. To see representations of karma symbols again. And now we are almost there. Last drop to the end. Being a farmer is scary, yes. And then it's time on this transition in time. Alright. We had that one pretty major issue, but everything else worked out really, really well. We probably lost 7 minutes because of that. Because we had to go back as well. I think next time I need to think about what saves we want to actually take. It might be good to save near the superstructure itself. Or maybe do multiple saves for a marathon. But otherwise, the run went very well. Has very little things that can actually mess everything up. And I'm very happy with it. At this point, it's just a cutscene showing everything. And Moon actually being at full power again and remembering all the stuff that she's been doing. And yeah, this was the run for Rain World Story for Rivulet. Thank you all for watching. Incredible. Slag reset keys from Hunter. DLL Aquapede collision. Yes. IRL for cosplay purposes. You want a dress with holes all through of it? Stream ends. Done. So you need to get, I forget what color, it's orange to white, and then you just like bleach it and cut it up. Level of overdress. Please don't wear soggy, ripped up rag. I need to violence the clothes. Okay. Should cut it like snowflakes. Like you make those paper snowflakes, you need to cut it up like that. Like you fold it up, and then you can cut it and make a paper snowflake. I'm thinking about that, I don't know why.
They're here. This is bad.
Low rationalize. Low. Low furtive vulpine as well. Very cute that still got you wearing it though. I've never actually touched it before. I've never gone over there with any of the cats that actually can get it. Maybe we do that. I'm not gonna do another run at this point. We did do better than our other run though, which was 55 minutes. We got 52 minutes with one massive issue. I'm really thinking I really think that should we use my personal best, which was a 45-minute for the submission, or should I use this one? That's the question. Because commentary only matters so much. Do you like the commentary better for this one? I guess it depends. I actually was thinking about it and saying things. Which had better commentary? I mean, this one. They don't always care about commentary specifically. And I had the one issue where we died, and then I didn't exactly deal with it well. Where the other one had no issues. How much better you like the commentary? I mean, it's not really on the commentary. Is do we care about commentary, or do we care about it being a better run? I'm going to set the estimate to be 55 minutes. Maybe an hour. I think hour is better. So you do care about the better run and more? What they care about is that the video shows the run. That's the only thing they care. Let's read it. Let's read it. Games unlimited. Possibly go wrong? Yes. Submission guidelines. Must submit their run during the time submission period. Runners may submit categories that do not include completing the game if they want to. Runners are responsible for providing their own commentary and any additional commentators they want during the run. We assume that all runs are performed without any third-party modifications to the game. Please notify us otherwise. Console-based game on the original console hardware should be run on original console hardware, not in emulator. What games committee looks in for speedrun submissions? Take into account the content of the video you are submitting in its entirety. This includes the commentary of anyone featured in it. Overly inappropriate content in your submission may lead to denial of your runs. When we evaluate a run, we discuss it among ourselves and ask multiple questions such as, is this a competitive time? Is the runner's time a competitive time? We look at the public leaderboards. We may look favorably at runs that... We may look unfavorably at runs that are far from the world record. Is commentary present? Is it informative? Does commentary add to the enjoyment of the game? We may choose a more interactive or entertaining runner over one that is faster time if the two times are fairly close. Is the game entertaining on its own merits? Entertainment value translate well to a wider audience? Does the runner do a good job of presenting the run to an audience that may not know the game? How consistent are runs of the game? Can the run be reliably completed? Is there a risk of run ending bad luck or mistakes? If the game is long, such as an RPG, does it enticing potential donation incentives, nostalgia, or entertaining throughout the duration of the run? Has the game ever been in other speedrunning events before? How did it perform there? Has the runner ever dropped a run unreasonably before? And that's it. So there's the... Is the runs consistent? I think we pretend that one's not there. Don't even think about risk, I feel like. They will give you bonus points. We've had people banned from ESA during their run because they sweared so much. So, no. It's a bit more than that. If you watch the run, you understand what happened. It was like culture shock. This run is so much different from all the other ones, the way this person is acting. Very interesting. I think my problem was, I kinda... That's the way to put it. Would a third attempt to be possible for me to do this again? I mean, I have time to do stuff tomorrow, but I also want to do Saint. If I can. I mean, I can do it again right now, I guess. That'll take an hour. And I'm already kind of just getting tired and not saying a lot of stuff as it is. As long as the Saint speedrun, hour 20, so it'll take longer. So what's the real problem with this speedrun that we did? That we just did? What do you guys think? The Aqua Death? How does that feel? There's no Gourmand. True. Clearly it's much worse because there's no Gourmand. Hello, Leon. It's sort of hard in general. Got an hour 12 last night for all objectives? Nice. Very cool. I just recorded my all objectives. I think it went well. We still died to Scavenger in Subterranean after I fell in front of it and got stunned from the smallest fall ever. That was annoying. Thanks for the deal. We know how to deal with that now. I know how to deal with the centipede. So the thing about the run is, it's how we show it to them. Like, I know it's a big risk, but they don't need to know. So if it just works out and I don't say anything, they don't know that it's that risky. Got trapped with Seni infiltration in the dark. That's probably really bad, yeah. You ever hear of Seni infiltration, you need to be really paying attention, because it's not good. The moment you hear one, you need to, like, stop everything. So I guess that's the question of how much do I care about it? What does the recovery look like if it goes wrong? Well, we did that in the run, which is me just doing it again, but not dying to him. I mean, so the Aqua Seni actually isn't too bad to fight, but I have to carry the ball. So if I'm carrying the ball, I'm not carrying a spear. 3 tests of the... Oh, it's really good if you had that many deaths. Safety saving submerged then. The 2 things we have to worry about is the entry to submerged centipede, and then the one in submerged is the problem. So we technically want to save twice, but I don't know where you get the food for the second time, unless I purposely go up and eat the berries like I did when I starved. So we go up and we go back and then we save. Save you extra time. The one to the left, right before the other place, we could just save. Yeah, I need to save next to submerged superstructure in Shoreline instead. I'll be right back though. I think I want to try it again, but I know I'm going to be tired and not as good with it. That's the problem. The one that's broken in Monk, I wasn't going to do that shelter. I was going to do the other one that's actually next to submerged superstructure, to the left instead of to the right at that giant upside down T that you fall into. All right. What's the issue with the first recording? I thought it was too slow because I got a 55. I don't remember what the issue was. That's why I didn't like it. We got a 52 with that massive death just now. Okay. PS5 needs update right now? No. Why PS5 when we can PC update? Safety save in Shoreline? I kind of almost want to do it right now. I think the PS5, yes. It's gonna take so long, though. Cool. I want to remove that starting art so we don't see it. Right. Herd times the charm. Surely it will go well this time. How do we deal with that centipede in submerged superstructure? How do you even deal with those balls with those centipedes when you're holding the ball? I guess that's the problem. You run away. We only have so much time in the water. Can you swallow a bomb? I'm not doing that. Also, bombs don't work in water. These orbs will run. He was in the pipe at the end of the thing the first time. I couldn't do anything. And then my ball turned off, and then he attacked me, so I couldn't outswim him. Take the down path and submerged? Which one is that? There's a down path in it? Hello, Finidai. So instead of right, there's another path that's going down. Right, we'll try that. And I'll try to do this again. The risk of the Senate? I mean, yes. I just get more and more scared that I'm going through a huge amount of regions in one cycle because I'm going all the way from the top of Pebbles to submerged superstructure in a cycle. So I'm just like progressively getting more anxious. So I want to save earlier. Moment you go through 3 regions, it's like, alright, I have to sleep now. Alright, I'm gonna go. What's happening? Hello. This is my Rivulet Story speedrun for the game Rain World. Rivulet being a character from the new DLC Downpour. Rivulet is completely different from a lot of the other characters. It's one of the characters that also has special abilities. In this case, it is the fish cat, which they can have a lot more air underwater and they move much faster otherwise. Alright, we're just going to start and go from there. I'm also streaming at the same time, which is why things are going to be happening. I'm going to be talking about other stuff. And time starts when the circle fills and all of the stuff stops flying away. Alright, perfect. Wait a little bit till we actually fall down. Ranking time for speedrun.com is the in-game timer up top. And now we're here. And now I'm going to eat some berries here. So, this is Rain World. The reason why it's called Rain World is because after a while it'll rain and that rain will completely kill us if we're outside and anything else that's outside. And so essentially we need to eat enough food to be able to survive the period of time in which the torrential downpour comes and kills us. And so eat enough food, get to a shelter to save. When we save, we go up in karma. If we die, we go down in karma, and we go back to the last point that we saved in is the basic loop for the game. And we are the fish cat, which does some changes to it. how the general idea of the game works. We'll talk about it when we can see it in a moment. Now that we're in a shelter here, if you look in the bottom left, there's a bunch of small dots around a solid circle and a symbol. The symbol is the karma that we're currently at. Each small dot represents 20 seconds, and each of those 20 seconds will slowly count down over each cycle, every day that happens. And so we need to be able to use that time to actually get to the next shelter that we need to go to, and then save, and then so on. And also eat the amount of food we need to as we need to. So each time we save, we're going to go up in the symbol, essentially, which is our karma. And we need to get to the 5th one. And because we don't care about eating enough food to actually save those 4 times to go from the 1st karma to go to the 5th karma, we're going to use a glitch called karma caching. And this glitch allows us to use the mechanic of starving, which is us just holding down in the shelter with at least 1 food. We're holding 2 berries with us, but not enough food to normally save. But then when we're in our starving state, we then can quit out in the first 30 seconds to actually start the... We can keep it... Well, basically, it's just a safety feature where if we quit out in the first 30 seconds, it'll refund the karma that we would have lost by starting that cycle. But because we're starving, it doesn't save it, but the karma is still saved, so we can keep doing that over and over again to actually go up to the maximum karma that we need, which we currently are at, but we no longer be in the starving state, so we're quitting out one last time. So why do we need this karma? We need to go through certain gates to actually get to the next region we want to go to. These gates are karma locked, so we only need so we need that karma, a certain amount of karma to actually go through certain gates. And so this karma gate needs 5 in this case, which is the maximum. There's scavengers here, which is really scary. I need to make sure I pay attention when it comes to those guys. If we die, it's no problem, because we can just karma cache again and just keep going. So, the scary part with those guys is that they're monkeys. They basically can work exactly like how the player does in some ways. Just them being able to use spears can be scary in its own right, essentially. Because any character that works like the player means that they can do anything like the player does. And jump around and do, well, just throwing spears. That's the thing we're trying to say. The thing about the scavengers is that compared to every other creature in the game, if they exist in a region, they can be basically anywhere in that region. Can decide where they want to be, wherever that may be. Normally for creatures, it is that each spawn is consistent for the most part, and the only thing that can be different is what personality traits they've been given and which random decisions that they'll make when they are given no stimulus. And so they'll act certain ways depending on which creature they are and their personality that they've been given. Basically, it means that creatures can only be in so many places if we move fast enough. So if we move fast enough through areas, then we'll get to the area where the creature is, and it will not have moved very much from its starting point. And so things start getting really consistent when things can't actually move very far. Alright, we just started in an area that normally exists in the game called Drainage System, in some rooms that don't normally exist. Now we're in a new area of the game called the Gutter. Has kind of this mud water that slows us down a bit. This sub-area is part of Chimney Canopy, which is a normal region of the game that exists in base game before the DLC. And we're going to be going up from Chimney Canopy into another part of Chimney Canopy up from the gutter to another part of the Chimney Canopy that we don't normally see, which is really nice. Lizard fell down there. Very interesting to see him there, actually. We've got an old song playing in a new place. It's very interesting. And now we're going to be ending up going into Chimney Canopy proper here. One thing to say about Riv is that the cycle timer is a lot less forgiving for Rivulet than for other characters. There's a lot of settings in the remix options that come with the DLC that allows us to change little bits about how the game runs. And so we run with the no randomized cycle timers, so we always get the absolute longest cycle that we can possibly get, and we need this because we need to get to this shelter consistently, because otherwise if we get a shorter cycle we won't be able to make it. We are just going to be able to make it to this cycle we're about to go to. And just working on that here. You notice that it is already raining. This is just a cosmetic rain that Rivulet has in their campaign. I think it works really, really well, as you don't really see this otherwise in the game, unless it is about to do the full downpour, in which you will die from. Interesting to see it not so much as a scary thing, but just as it's kind of their thing. Centipede, generally not an issue unless we're around it too much. Blue lizard in the way. There he goes. Hit him with the spear. We can hear the rain about to be here. It's making a really loud sound. Rumbling sound. However, we've already made it to the shelter we need to get to. With practice and moving fast enough for the longest cycle, it's not too bad to actually do that. Rivulet has the shortest cycles of any other character, especially starting out. However, that will change. One other thing we turned off in terms of mechanics that can happen is pre-cycles, which effectively means you wake up early, but we're not going to worry about that too much, as that disables shelters. I'm going to turn them off. Alright, we're going to be going up to the wall now. Wall is a very, very cool area. All the spawns of any area have been changed drastically due to now the fact that it's raining so often. It's a lot less creatures. A lot of these flying centipedes have been able to branch out into other areas as well. And however, the wall has not been touched nearly as much as other areas because it's so high up that it is above the clouds. So there's a lot of spawns that are still there that are normally there. There's 4 white lizards or camo lizards that we're going to have to deal with soon enough. Now talk about movement of this game a little bit. So we'll talk about a bit more in depth a bit later, but a lot of it is very... You're not a square that just has special abilities that can move around, where you just have a dash and you can just move with a dash and that's how it goes. There's a lot more going on. Your 2 body chunks and you can control it as you need to. For the most part, we're just going to worry about the standing state, of course, but going into a slide from pressing essentially fighting game inputs, me doing diagonally downwards and jump to do a slide while standing, is some of the interesting things that we can do. Talk about it more when we're at the top of the wall, because we're going to be doing a lot of them. Playing as Riv, when we have high natural speed, a lot of the slide moves like this, we need a huge amount of flat ground to actually do them compared to other cats, so it doesn't matter as much. Hello, Treon. Also, yes, this is in-game music, and we're streaming and recording at the same time. Gotta try all the things. Speed mode. Ooh, alright. So, now that it's pre-cycle stuff with the rain, also causes very different creatures to spawn. Now we're above the clouds, so it's normal as usual for creatures that can show up. We're not going to have too much of a problem because it's going to be a bunch of orange lizards on the left. Also backflips as high-speed Riv go really, really high. We'll be using that in a few places for height. Otherwise, we're going to see white lizards up here. I can see one right now. There's 3 there right now, and the loose cannon blue lizard. We're going to try to have this guy come over here to me. And then I will stand here, and he will drop down and fail and fall. That was my rock. Why would you do that? Don't do that. Bad. Alright, this guy actually made it across. Almost could have been bad off that blue lizard. Unfortunate little time loss. But we need to make sure we properly get by these guys instead of just trying to force it too much. Usually we don't see the white lizard ever so casually just walk down the bit there. Just making sure I'm not going to walk immediately into a white lizard here. I think the white lizard fell down. I don't see the others. I think they're all running from the rain at this point, despite we being above the clouds and the rain not affecting us. The white lizards will still run for shelter when it starts raining. This is their state when they're running for shelter, of course. Very scared lizard noises. Alright. At this point, the threat that the wall poses is over. We now have what we're about to see in the region called the Rot. So, talk about story a little bit. What is the story ending for Rivulet? Oh, this is an interesting situation. They live right up here. So, not too much of a problem. Just want to make sure they go by before I actually try going by them. A lot of new things for the game added in the DLC. The steam releasing from these radiators is something. Basically heating up the area quite a lot, as well as releasing steam in the air, which is causing all the clouds and all the rain. That's what the superstructure is doing, is causing all that rain. It's running very, very, very hot. It needs to release that. Alright, here's some of the movement. So one thing to note that I didn't have on actually, we play the game with a virtual controller when we're using keyboard so that we can kind of mimic a controller. So we press another button that we bind to be able to do a slightly down on the analog stick so that we can do a roll in places we normally wouldn't be able to, like in here. And this we can be able to jump out of the roll immediately to get that extra little bit of speed. When it comes to different things for tech that we do all the time, that would be the slide, which is diagonally downwards on the standing. And then during that slide, we can then jump out of it for the big pounce. And then after a pounce or after a backflip, really, you then hold diagonally downwards for a normal roll. Otherwise, for soft rolls, you hold slightly downwards and then in a diagonal. For certain rolls in certain situations, both are very good in their own right. Doesn't matter as much for Riv, but being able to do rolls when you want does matter quite a lot. Alright, back to what is Riv's story here. What are we actually doing? Now, all of the specifics of the game, we don't care nearly as much. We just went by a representation of the 5 karmas. But essentially, there are 2 giant robotic superstructures, and they're giant robots, and they have puppets like this guy. This is Pebbles. We're gonna hit him with a spirit twice because we want him to stop talking to us. So now we're gonna move on as soon as stuff starts floating in the air, so we can actually have the 0G turned back on, because it's dependent on him actually talking to us. It's also really funny that we can bully him, because normally if we did something like that as any of the other campaigns and other characters, he would just kill us instantly without hesitation. However, he no longer has the ability to do that, as weakened as he is. So yes, we are very far into the timeline. We're second to last in the timeline of all the characters that we play as. And essentially what has happened to Pebbles is that he tried to do something very, very, he tried to do something really, really crazy, and it didn't work out, and instead he got cancer from it, which is all this blue stuff that's happening, and he wasn't able to control it. And at the same time when he did it, he ran so hot that he took so much water that the other giant superstructure that's near him, that being looks to the moon, fell into the ocean because of the lack of water they had. Of all things that could have happened, that is the one that happened. Fell into the ocean because of lack of water. Now, for Riv Story, Pebbles asks us, well, he would have asked us in this situation, the ability for us to take a giant power cell that he has in this place and bring it to looks to the moon so that it can power her stuff, because she's still operational to some degree, but not nearly as much as she probably should be. And so that's what we're going to do. And this is one of the great enemies that scares us quite a lot in the run. So we're seeing more of those guys later. That guy usually doesn't move too much. Neither does this guy, really. It's just a little unfortunate that we are seeing them today. There's the other one we're worried about. We're just going to go immediately to the left. These guys generally aren't too worrying. The thing about when you die is we get sent back all the way back where we previously saved. We haven't saved in quite a while. These are the only guys that are actual threat. The thing about them is they move very slowly, so they really aren't that much of a threat. But they do block a lot of area, and they don't move very fast. So if they decide to be in the way, they're going to be in the way. Alright, so the thing that's turning on and off the gravity, as you may be noticing, is the power cell that we're actually coming for. Ooh, didn't do that right. And so it is in this big thing. Ooh, I messed up the jump. We're gonna have to wait too. Surprised that messes up. It's weird sometimes how it works. So it turns off and on randomly. There we go. And you touch the ball. We follow the ball and stun for a bit, and now we have our ball here. So now we can turn on our ball whenever we want. Gives us a slight anti-grav field so we can jump much better. Also makes us move much faster in water. We're going to eat some of Pebbles' neurons here. This is essentially parts of his brain because, well, he doesn't really need it as much anymore. And it tastes very good. Also makes us start to glow in the dark, which will be useful later. I'm going to wait for this to turn back on so I can do this assuredly. Alright. So, we're just going to be moving through here. It's very interesting to see how areas change over time, as we've actually been here quite a lot, as a lot of the other characters. As Spearmaster, we actually have been here way in the past before any other characters have ever been here, along with the area that is looks to the moon, the other giant supercomputer that we're going to be meeting. And seeing a lot of areas completely change from one character to another is quite a lot. We've got the other Daddy Longlegs Cancer Man right in the way. Right when I enter a room, the ball that I'm holding touches the ground and it makes sound. So I'm gonna go over here to check without the ball. So we just need to do it in the correct order. Alright, that worked out very well. There's another guy way off to our left, then sometimes can, or off to our right, that sometimes can show up. And then we've got the guy we saw earlier here. He's gone back into his home, it seems like. He's not too much of a problem. So everything's going really, really well. Those are the last real threats. There's just the wall threats. Low Aquasequeer. Whoa. Welcome. Bread. Bread time. We're just making our way out of pebbles here. Area still has 0G despite us taking out the ball. I don't entirely understand how that works. We can kind of swim our way in the direction we want with when we're in 0G. None of this lightning actually can hurt us, despite the fact it kind of seems like it. Okay. Wrong way to go, but that's fine. Ball turned off there, which is not really where I'd like to see that turn off. I'm gonna fall here. I think it was mentioned that there's multiple gravity cores. There's another one hidden near here. Okay. Right. That makes a lot of sense, though. There definitely are a lot of them. A lot of different gravity cores. Usually they're working just fine. Right, it's time to see Pebbles. He turns off our gravity core, but we can still make it up there if we do correct movement. See if we can do that. Alright. He called us Wet Mouse, as is our name now. If we get the ball before we meet him the first time, he called us Landfish. We'll also see some other names that they get later, such as from Looks of the Moon. We get Water Dancer and Ruffles. Very cool. Same place than her own say. Nowhere. Alright. So now talking about the iterators here, bit on the story, is that in the past there were these ancients. The ancients aren't around anymore. We're going to save now, because we have to. Ancients aren't around anymore, and they built these giant superstructures that have these giant supercomputers called iterators that were to task forever to attempt to find a solution to a problem, to basically ascend everyone past their base karmas. I'm surprised there's not a spear here. That hasn't actually happened before. Interesting. Wet Mouse. And then all the ancients decided to go ascend themselves, and so now they no longer exist, because of course they don't. That's basic idea, except really bad things happen, as it's written into the iterators code that they can't ascend themselves. But they try really, really hard to, and ascend everything else, of course, but kind of just worrying about themselves right now. So Pebbles tried to ascend themselves, but they got the cancer. And that is the basis of that part. There's a bit more to it, but it's hard to explain, and it's to the point of you can interpret it in any way you want. Pebbles made some mistakes, essentially. So we need to make sure we're going to be going down the same areas we came up from. We're going to be going down into Chimney and then into Industrial from Chimney instead of going back into Drainage. Faster than Hunter with Jetfish. Jetfish power. But right now, I just want to make sure I don't accidentally drop the ball. Oh, that's unfortunate. He might let me go. I can't believe that just happened. Now I'm actually dead. I don't know how I got a wall pounce in all situations, but that'll be fine. Now we actually get food this time from the popcorn. We need a spear to actually open that. So I did a wall pounce off the wall after being let go by the lizard. When any lizard grabs you, it has a chance to instantly kill you. The second time it grabbed me, it did instantly kill me. The other lizard bit the other lizard to try to let me go and get me, and let me go. But then I did a wall pounce somehow, and then it killed me. Which is interesting. That's not too bad of a death, really. In all situations. Turn off wall pounce. It'll be interesting when we can actually use it. The ability to do wall pounce like I did just now is a setting you can turn on and off. Wall shelter will be the last one. I'm not going to use any of the shelters in the wall, if I can help it. There's another wall pounce. Has to be very specific conditions for wall pounce to happen, and it happens unintended more often, which I'm surprised it happened in that situation, because we were basically going straight down and not into the wall at all. As well as it's sending me really, really high up. Those white lizards were in really unexpected places, because normally they like to stay much farther down, and all three of them were much higher up than usual. But we count for those kinds of errors. Those things happen. Need to actually grab the ladder rung instead of falling down. Touch. Touch. I did touch him. Alright. I will drink water in just a second. What's that you're carrying? It's Rivulet Story spoilers. Hello, Badmiral Aru. Hello. This is a giant power cell that we can turn on to give us low gravity. Now we're back down under the clouds. We're actually going to get rain here. Love the rain aesthetic, personally. It's being able to see everything as it is in a different light. So if you've played this game before, you've seen this place looking very, very different. Alright, going back in the chimney canopy. I'm gonna drink water. I'm now out of water. Oh no. At this point, we're gonna have a little blue guy, a little eyeball following us. This is from Pebbles. Try to help us survive, essentially. It tells us where threats are, where food is, and shelters are on occasion. We don't really need his help, though, of course. Alright, let's turn on the ball here. Mess that up, but that's fine. Hopefully it turns off here. Don't want to go too fast. It's weird to play as Riv because you kinda go too fast for your own good. And weird ball physics is weird. So you just need to get used to it at times as both your speed and your falling gravity and floatiness change quite drastically. Where did that guy come from? Interesting. Orange lizard, blue lizard. Alright, no more problems. There's a vulture there. A little unfortunate. He's just gonna body block us, essentially. We're gonna wait for these orange lizards to get closer. I think they're getting scared for some reason. Also, if we notice, if we look in just a second when we get to a gate. We are now going to have a really, really long cycle. It's going to take a really, really long time before it'll rain again. Turn this on. So now that we've basically turned off Pebbles, it's not going to rain nearly as much. Pebbles isn't going to run nearly as hot either. Pebbles is watching us, yes. Pebbles is big brother. It's like he has cancer now. Big cancer. Slowly, now that we've taken this power cell from him, he'll slowly die, and so will all the rot and cancer with him. This guy has an egg bug in his hands. His lizard hands. There we go. When it comes to creatures, they need to actually see and otherwise just know that you're there for long enough for them to actually react, to actually bite you. And so when orange lizards, they take a really, really long time before they can actually react to you. Shelter here? No. There's not too much of a threat pretty much anywhere along this run until we get to where we're going. So Moon, where we're bringing the ball here, is in Shoreline. So we're now going to be entering... Oh, actually we do need to save, because we are at 4 karma. We need 5 karma. Forgot about that, because we died to that white lizard real quick. So now we're going to be entering Shaded. Shaded is a dark area that's underneath Pebbles. And so there's a lot of spiders in the area as well. It's not nearly as bad as it used to be for Riv, at least. Forced safety save, no. Anything with that. Generally, we're always going to run things fast and loose. Regardless, we have safety saves if we really need to. Safety alternate saves for like marathon runs or other ones. As the game is always more interesting when you're pushing it as far as you can. Also, Riv really doesn't have that many risks that you need to take. There's not a lot of threats for Riv, because you are just moving so fast on top of less creatures just existing in general. Favorite campaign? I really like Saints campaign. Hello, Frog Plant. So yes, slowly going Shaded Citadel, the old temples of the ancients. As we see in the background there, there is a whole new layer, visual layer that exists of detail. It didn't always exist. I love the extra things they've added since they were able to add another layer to room editing. Ooh, wall pounce. Maybe I should turn it off. I've never had it actually be a bad thing. Just kind of extra movement that you don't always expect. It's mostly just for me pressing jump, because you have to actually move diagonally downwards into a wall and press jump as you hit it. So it doesn't happen too often. Now let's turn this on. Riv is my second favorite, yes. I really like Saints and Riv's campaigns. I think they're really, really good. I forget which song this is. Is this Dark Flows, or is that the one in Shaded Bridge? We've got these lantern mice around. There's the spiders. We don't want to get too close to the spiders, especially when they've amassed. Black Moonlight? Alright. Spiders basically don't like light, and they all congregate together. We're also glowing because we ate a neuron. from Pebbles earlier. Scavengers could be scary. They seem to not terribly hate me the way they're acting. I think one of them was a little scared. That guy now wants to kill me. Let's take this safe. This is Shaded Bridge. Many people have died here. Do not be deceived by its somewhat simple geometry. Alright, second song didn't play because this one was still playing. It was unfortunate. I love to hear both. Ooh. We're gonna eat some of this food here. Okay, didn't want to do that. Let's throw the giant nuke thing. Surely nothing bad will happen. Didn't get that last food pip like I wanted. It will be fine. We're going to eat enough so we can save on a shelter next to submerged superstructure that we're going to be going to. So looks of the moon, her puppet is here in Shoreline. However, her entire rest of the superstructure, like we climbed up the side of Pebbles earlier, entire side of her superstructure, looks to the moons we're about to go to, is completely underwater, and we need to go and find submerged superstructure, essentially. We know exactly where it is, so we're going to go straight to it. And there's nothing in the way that's going to stop us either, unless there's a vulture right now. Surely there won't be a vulture right now. Alright. Doesn't removing the gravity cell help friendship from the scavengers? I don't know how that works, actually. Kind of seems like it. I think they value the orb in some way, so they're not going to kill you immediately. The scavengers don't like you that much when you're playing Rivulet. Alright, we're at the crossroads here, but we're going to go left instead of right. Right is a new area, which is where all submerged superstructure is. We need to bring the orb. We're going to save here, because it's a good spot to save before a lot of the really bad men that we have to deal with. So there's a new enemy called an aquapede, which is a water-based centipede. And it's just as bad as you think it is. We only have to pass by 2 of them, and they're generally not terrible locations, but sometimes they can just decide to be really bad. And so we're going to deal with them as we can. Alright. There's going to be one right here. There it is. Top right. So if you die, it's still bad. It's still better than being so far away. There's a lot of route changes that we've had for ideas. What's the best for this run? In which places we want to save. We're going to do something a little different this time that we think will be very good as well. So, okay, I guess what question for you, Finadai. What is that? So the room with the other aquapede we're going to see. What is that room specifically? So we go right, and that's where the aquapede is. So how do I go down in that room instead of right? Do I have to go all the way left? Go bottom, then up past the cow. Okay. So I have to go down right now, is what you're saying? Really? It's not really what I expected. Also, the song Ascent is playing. It's one of the new songs. You see kelp go up. Okay. I think this was... I know the path you're talking about, actually. I thought this was going to be the faster route. But I wasn't sure at the time. Also, one thing to state is that we actually go... Oh, this is so much faster. Nice. I think it is faster. Just safer, too. Same way to go to that same room. No more problems. Alright. The one thing to say about this place is that if we go here as Spearmaster, we're here when the whole superstructure is up and not in the ocean. So it's very weird to see both versions. Of both completely broken and perfectly fine. That was unfortunate. Messed up that jump. That backflip's a little weird because we kind of got to be on this little slope. We're all good on time. It's just kind of making it at this point. There we go. No more threats at this point either. I always thought there would be more with eel lizards here. I guess it makes sense since no one really wants to do water combat that much. But they also added aqua centipedes. Oh my goodness. He's here. The legend is foretold of this man. Do you see me? How goes the run? I think it's going well. This guy is very unfortunate, though. I don't know how I deal with this, because it's going to be hard to get into the pipe below. With him there. He's not exactly following me. Ooh. He could have followed me. I think we maybe kill this guy. It's unlucky that he's here. Can't really go that way. So the thing about eel lizards, they only really move when to stimulus when you're also in water. Alright. Thought I would fall in the water, apparently not. Oh man, I can't believe he did that. Because there's no chance I get by him. And there's no rock that I'm gonna go for. Okay. Well, we're not doing it now, apparently. I think we stop stream now. Because that's horrible. It was literally there. And an entirely new enemy that's never been there showed up. I don't know why he would ever go that far. He has to go by kelp that he gets scared by. I want to see this guy be there again, though. What do you do there, though? I have to fight him. Because I'm not getting by him, because he knows your exact position at all times whenever you touch water that he's also in. Yeah, but it's going to happen again. What's the better way to deal with it? I hope he's there again, because I want to do it again. But I have to go to bed after this. Just try to swim past. You would lag on getting into the pipe. And then you would die right then. You don't want the ball on, because the ball would slow you down. It takes a little bit till you actually get to full speed when you're initially going into water with the ball on, because you're not like entering in the water correctly. And so I'll be moving towards you, and then you have to perfect go into the pipe, which you won't do. So you don't want the ball on. And you need to basically fall directly straight down into it, because it'll fly directly towards you. It'll swim directly towards you. Snail just outside. I have to throw the snail, then pick up the ball, and then go to him immediately. Which he's probably going to wake up at that point. And then the snail's also going to hit me, and then I'm going to drop the ball. Which I just don't think will work out. This is my problem with that. Because lizards don't fight snails, as far as I'm aware. If that lizard eats snails, which it might make sense if it does. Hello? There's a slope there. It's a little scary place to have that. Maybe we bring the hazer from where we start in our stomach and then bring it out to feed it to him. It's the perfect plan. Man. Okay. The lizard isn't real. The lizard isn't real. Jellyfish, no. Still have to drop the orb, which I don't want to do. Show yourself, demon. Which one is it? This one. I should have just went and saw where he lived. Why? Blue vented. I found him. He lives there, guys. Cool. Okay. It's good to know that, because now I can start thinking about it. I'm going to have to do it again tomorrow. I think I'm going to... We might still use the one we did today. The run we did today. That all objectives run's really good. And the expedition run's really good. And those are the two we don't want to get accepted. Is my problem with it. And I want to submit everything by tomorrow night, because we want it by Tuesday night. It's like they never give you like a time when submissions are going to close, so it's just the dumbest thing ever. So it's going to be like one of other marathons I dealt with where it's just like, oh, it's just closed now. It's like, okay, it's not even midnight yet. How was I supposed to know that? So I don't want to deal with that. Really don't. Yeah. I don't know. Just unfortunate. A lot of small, unfortunate things. I just want to have it not show that it's so bad. But maybe that isn't bad. I think I'm getting better at showcasing it, though. Which is good. Alright, I'm going to go host someone so I can go to bed now. Because I'm up 50 minutes longer than I wanted to be. We'll see if there's someone other than NanoFerret to host. Remember cheese I you tried? Yeah. I might just send the runs we have. But what kind of... Look at bots again. So you got a 1 hour 11 minutes finna die for Saint. And I have an hour and a half for the run that I recorded. For the one with commentary, at least. Specific commentary. Saint can go bad. All of my Rubicon was great, actually. Was the thing. Alright, I don't see anyone else I want to host right now, so we're just going to go to NanoFerret. We'll see where they are real quick, though. Snails and Shoreline is what I'm thinking. I died to that in my commentary, and it was a really, really bad death. Like, really bad. That's why it's an hour and a half, is because of the Snails and Shoreline. Oh, it looks like Nanoferret finished Saint, actually. Cool. So they didn't go too crazy. The Lesker received the 2. We probably do Saint then. I don't know. I don't know if I just upload my personal best, because my personal best for Saint and Riv are really good. Especially Riv. Even though it can definitely be better. Also, I didn't set up the thing. Why? No, Ferret. Go. Alright, we're raiding Nanoferret. They're one of the people I do Jolly Co-op with fairly often. You don't have to go through the raid if they don't want to. They're playing Hunter right now, I'm pretty sure. I will do Saint tomorrow. Can you upload a better one later or just once? Once I submit runs, it's over. I can't have a run from Twitch onto YouTube. Technically, I'll still stream it, I suppose. So I will try to stream tomorrow. Just we gotta pick one. I might look at my personal best for Riv and think about it. Because it might be pretty good. It doesn't have all of my explanation, though. I've been doing all my explanation for every single commentary run. Is the thing. And maybe it's better just to leave it as, because it has everything that goes wrong. It just needs the